a warm welcome to Indira Jai Singh and Maithili Rao. Thank you so much for being here with us. On behalf of Atlas Skill Tech University, it gives me great pleasure to invite you to this FEM Power conference. And I would like to thank Utkarsha and Yunju and Monica for having run this program. We had a very interesting session yesterday, and we are all looking forward to the panel discussions today. Over to you, Utkarsha. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing all of you at Atlas soon.
Thank you so much for that, ma'am. So Dr. Indu Shani is our founder and president at Atlas Skill Tech University, and she's one of the most inspiring ladies that we know on our campus. The International Conference on Gender and Patriarchy Studies aims to bring together leading academic scientists, mainstream authors and research scholars and media representatives to exchange and share their experiences and research results on all aspects of gender and patriarchal studies. While day one, we looked at advertising and its coercive effects on our collective subconscious, popular literature. We also looked at feminist thoughts and academic women-led initiatives and the serious violation of human rights in the form of police brutality that disproportionately affects marginalized communities world over. Today, we bring the perspective and challenges faced by the judiciary, among others, as India slips 21 ranks to 108 on the Gender Gap Index. It trails China and Bangladesh. It is indeed alarming. As the world continues to grapple with the pervasive effect of gender inequality, it is more important than ever that we come together to share our ideas, research findings, and experiences. I now take great pride in inviting Mr. Siddharth Shani, who is the co-founder and executive president of Atlas Skill Tech University. Siddharth has been instrumental in working with the government of Maharashtra to establish a future-focused framework for a new genre of innovation-driven urban universities. Siddharth has trained as a pharmacist from University of London and completed his master's in international health policy and economics from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Siddharth has also completed his corporate finance from London Business School. We welcome our dashing and an inspiring young leader who supports our cause and gives us this platform. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you so much, Utkarsha. On behalf of the organizing committee at Atlas Skill Tech University, in a very special collaboration with the University of Creative Arts, UK, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this year's Gender Studies Conference. This event, as Utkarsha mentioned, brings together scholars, activists, and students who are deeply committed to advancing an understanding of gender issues and promoting social justice for all genders. It also provides a premier interdisciplinary platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the concerns as well as practical challenges encountered when it comes to the field of gender studies. Gender equality requires urgent action to eliminate the many root causes of discrimination that still curtail women's rights, both in private and public spheres. No doubt, India and all the participating countries have made major strides in improving and proactively advancing the needs of different genders. However, it is with great pride today that we are presenting our esteemed guest of honor, Ms. Indira Jai Singh. It's really a privilege, ma'am, to have you here with us, and really something that all of our scholars are looking forward to. The conference theme this year is Syndromes of Patriarchy and Gender Bias, and it reflects our collective commitment to overcoming obstacles and creating meaningful change. I must say that at Atlas Skill Tech University, in fact, 70% of our students are young girls and women, and also our faculty body and leadership, 60% are driven by women. So really for us, it's a proud moment to be able to host this conference. A very warm welcome to all of you, and a special thank you for Yunju for supporting this initiative. We have very, very strong relations with the University of the Creative Arts and look forward to taking this forward. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajan Velurkar, a very, very simple yet humble man who has actually been leading the Indian education revolution for many years, and a big follower of Mohan Karamchand Das Gandhi. Thank you very much for being here with us, sir, and it's really an honor to have you leading the university. Utkarsha, back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Siddharth. Thank you for your kind words. And now I welcome Dr. Rajan Velurkar. He's a Vice Chancellor at Atlas Skilltech University, who has more than 36 years of experience in the Indian higher education system as a teacher, as a development leader, quality innovator, technology adopter, administrator, and policy advisor. As a policy and opinion leader, his passion to make a difference in the lives of learners and implementation of several development initiatives have made him a highly acclaimed higher educational professional. Over the last decade, Dr. Velurkar has held several leadership positions with reputed educational institutions such as...
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Please take over, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Utkarsha. And good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everyone. You can, because you are located in different areas. So my good morning to the people, those who are attending the conference where there is a morning, and good afternoon and good evening for those who are attending at different time zones. As all of you are here eagerly waiting to listen to Indira Jaising, who's an activist and given so much to this country, and I have heard her and I met her and I know her views since so long. So thank you, Madam, for accepting our invitation. Of course, our leader, Madam Indu Shahani, and I always say that
Sir, we cannot hear you. Your mic is off, sir. So your mic has gone off.
Sorry. Because of the young people, we got the freedom. So many young people participated in the freedom movement, if you say, and many of them were lawyers. Now in education in India, I see young leaders like Siddharth, who has come up, and they are trying to transform the education system in India. So thank you, Siddharth, for taking up the challenge of transforming this country. Of course, keeping gender equity in the mind. Thank you very much. I must thank Utkarsha and Professor Unju for organizing this and taking all the efforts for organizing this event. I am not going to take much of your time, but I am just going to give two examples. One is I have been brought up by three women. One is my mother and two my elder sisters. When I was 10 months old, my father died, and therefore I don't remember even the face of my father. And therefore, my mother took charge of our life, me and my brothers and sisters. And she was not really educated at that time as we have. She was just 9th pass, and she took charge of our life and her life. And the way in which she has transformed, she introduced us ECTS. In Europe, you talk about ECTS, European Credit Transfer System. But my mother's ECTS was very, very different. And that ECTS was, the E stands for empathy, C stands for compassion, T stands for trust, and S stands for system. So we grew up in that system, which is based on empathy, compassion, and trust. And therefore, I have always a bias towards female. And therefore, whatever I tried to do in my life, I always kept this in my life. The balance between the left brain and the right brain. Unless and until you bring that kind of trusteeship in the human being, we will not be able to. The second example, where I would like to give is we are moving towards AI, machine learning, and digitization in this present world. And everybody is talking about chat GPT and AI and everything. And all the things, if we are going to move towards using this artificial intelligence, then we need to understand if the bias comes in this artificial intelligence, you and me will not be able to manage the gaps, which will widen more speedily than today. And therefore, we need to give training and we need to educate our young people so that they really understand. Say only 12% of the female women are working in the AI sector. And therefore, today, there are 80 to 88% of the men are working in AI sector, approximately. And if these 88% are not understanding how to reduce this bias, then the gap between this is going to increase. And therefore, AI data created by humans that we need to understand. We are creating this AI data, artificial intelligence. It also inherits human flaws. So there will be human flaws, and that it is going to inherit, such as bias based on age, gender, and race. So for example, a program will often translate the English term nurse using a female gender, female term. We need to understand and we need to go deep down and understand whenever we are creating. The AI is one example. There are several other examples as I have traveled in the tribal and rural area of this country where I see the gap. So, and therefore, we need to understand whenever we use the word doctor, it is slightly towards male gender. And therefore, to me, the kind of education which we are giving to our younger generation or Gen Z, we need to integrate this angle also, which is nothing but the mindset. I always say we change our handset, but we are not ready to change our mindset. And therefore, if we want to reduce this bias, then we need to work on our mindset. That is what I would like to say. And in the last, this bias in AI has the potential to widen the gender gap and even endangered women's lives. And therefore, this is a very, very serious discussion which we must have. And I must thank Utkarsha and Gunju and her team for bringing this issue and discussing at an international level and inviting Advocate Indira Jaisingh and the other experts which you have invited so that we take this issue very, very seriously. Of course, as Siddharth has said, at our university, we take this issue very, very seriously. And therefore, you will find that we have more number of women in our university so that we can bring empathy, compassion, and trust angle into the developmental process. Thank you very much, and my best wishes to every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Dr. Berulkar. And now for the much awaited session with our keynote speaker, Indira Jaisingh. I'll take 1 minute to kind of introduce her, not that she needs any introduction. Indira Jaisingh is a renowned Indian lawyer and human rights activist who has worked tirelessly to promote gender justice and women's rights in India. After completing her law degree, she started her career as a lawyer in the Bombay High Court in 1969. Throughout her career, Jaisingh has been a prominent advocate of gender equality and women's rights. She has worked on a range of issues, including violence against women, reproductive rights, and the rights of marginalized communities. In 2018, she was ranked 20th on the list of 50 greatest leaders of the world by Fortune magazine. In 1986, she became the first woman to be designated a senior advocate by Bombay High Court. In 2009, Jai Singh became the first female Additional Solicitor General of India. From the beginning of her legal career, she has focused on the protection of human rights and the rights of women, which has led to the grant of equal inheritance rights for the Syrian Christian women in Kerala. Challenging the Hindu minority and the Guardianship Act, Jai Singh has also argued the case in which Supreme Court decided that children could also bear the name of their mother in addition to that of their father. One of the first cases of sexual harassment successfully prosecuted by Indira Jai Singh is where she challenged the discrimination provision of the Indian Divorce Act in the High Court of Kerala, thus enabling Christian women to get a divorce on the grounds of cruelty or desertion, a right which was denied to them. The United Nations appointed Jai Singh to be a fact-finding mission investigating the alleged murder, rape, and torture by security forces against Rohingya Muslims. She's also the founder secretary of the Lawyers Collective, an organization that provides legal funding for the underprivileged section of the Indian society. The organization is devoted to feminist and left-wing causes. She founded a monthly magazine called The Lawyers in 1986, which focuses on social justice and women's issue in the context of the Indian law. She has been involved in cases related to discrimination against women, the Muslim personal law, the rights of payment dwellers, and the homeless, and the Bhopal caste tragedy. She has fought against child labor, for the economic rights of women, estranged wives, and domestic violence cases. She was the member of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discriminations Against Women. She was given the Padma Shri by the President of India in 2005 for her services to the cause of public affairs. We are delighted and honored to present her as a keynote speaker at the International Research Conference organized by Atlas Kiltech University in collaboration with the University of Creative Arts. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Madam Chancellor, our young Vice Chancellor, who I have known, and all the very distinguished participants in this conference. I'm delighted to be here with you. And of course, if it was not for the persistence of Utkarsha, I don't know how she survived my, not making a commitment and then requesting her to accommodate me. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here with you today. So a thank you to her as well. Obviously, I'm going to skip the whole introduction that she gave to me. It was more than generous. And I wish that she hadn't gone into such detail, but she has spared me the trouble of talking about my own work. So rather than talking about my work, I think I would like to talk about my conclusions, the conclusions that I've arrived at after such a long journey on the issue of gender justice. And you started by saying you would like to talk about the role of the judiciary or the judiciary in this country today. So I think it's better for us to talk about macro issues rather than get into the individual issues that we have been raising over the years. For example, inheritance, for example, name change, just no end to the issues. And I will tell you a little bit about our current work. Just bear with me. Now, I'm also delighted that you're partnering with the University of Creative Arts, and I'll tell you the reason why. I have always considered law to be a creative art. Law for me is not law as if written in stone. Why is it that today I'm considered a success story, at least in this country and in some international organizations? I think the reason for that is because I have treated law as an art form, and I have treated the Constitution and the statutes which I find in front of me, be they the Succession Act, be they the Guardianship Act, be they the Hindu Marriage Act, it doesn't matter what. But I have treated them as the basic raw materials with which I choose to do what I want to do. And in that sense, I have shaped and molded the law towards a particular goal. And therefore, I think it's important for me to talk about the vision, to talk about the goal, because unless you have a goal in mind towards which you're working, towards which you're advancing, you will be lost. Where will you begin? What is the midpoint? What is the final destination? You just won't know. So this is why, for me, I knew that I had to begin with a goal, and this is why I had to figure out what is my goal. Now, Utkarsha gave you this long list of things I've done, from which you have to conclude. When she says I was designated in 1986 as a senior counsel, you will surely conclude that I am something of a dinosaur. I reached a fairly advanced age as compared to our young Siddharth over here. So for me, age is an advantage. For me, age is a point where I've arrived after a journey. And for me, it's also important because I have inherited the values of the independence movement. Our Vice Chancellor made a reference to the independence movement. He made a reference to the fact that many of the people involved in the independent movements were lawyers. Well, that is the fact. That is a fact. But what is important is, what did we, who came after those who framed the Constitution, do with that Constitution in our hands? That was the question. So that would be the goal. Now, there is no doubt about the fact that I have been deeply influenced by the writings of one of the founders of this Constitution, the authors of this Constitution, Dr. Ambedkar. And what he did say is that if you want to know the progress of a nation, you need to look at the progress of women in that country. That is your single most important indicator of the progress of the nation as a whole. So this is one thing which I got in my inheritance, which I incorporated into my journey, into my goal. And I would like to just read a short passage from a judgment in a case which I argued, and that was the right of women to enter temples, the Sabrimala temple. Women between the ages of 10 and 50 were not allowed to enter the temple. Now, they were not allowed to enter the temple on the ground that they menstruate during this period. There were so many funny moments during the arguments. I cannot even begin to tell you, because imagine a constitutional court discussing menstruation. And it was a time when the men who were appearing in the case didn't want to utter the word menstruation from their mouths. They were embarrassed to mention this. And I had a super advantage over them. Being a woman, I not only could say it out loud openly, but I also knew what it was all about. So I was able to appropriate the personal as the political and the political as the personal in very real terms, because I had seen what this was all about in my own family. And I knew that it is something that I would have to deal with at some point of time. And this case was the perfect opportunity. But more importantly, what I wanted to tell you is what Justice Chandrachud, our current Chief Justice, said in that judgment, and I quote. He said, quote, "The struggle has been for social emancipation of women from oppression. It has been a struggle for the replacement of the unequal social order with a just order, with a just one. It has been a fight for unfolding historical injustice, undoing historical injustices, and for replacing fundamental wrongs with fundamental rights. The Constitution of India is the end product of both these struggles. So being a child of the independence, as I often describe myself, I chose this as my goal in my profession. And therefore, every case I took up, everything I did was towards this end, namely, where do we begin? What is the journey? Where do we go? And that was a struggle for emancipation from social injustice, from economic injustice. And this is the reason why I did some of the cases that Utkarsha talked about. And it's very important to bear that in mind rather than just talk about A case, B case, and C case. It's the goal that you're trying to reach. Now, so now I'll just say a few words about how does one do it? How does one get there? And that is, again, something that I've worked on in my profession. The only way to talk about women, the only way to end discrimination against women, and the only way to justice is to talk about inclusive growth. Growth happens anyway. You have, nations talking about their GDP. You have nations talking about the amazing progress they're making. Our own country talks about reaching a $1 trillion economy. But what is hidden in these statements is the fact that the benefits of this growth are distributed unevenly. That is it. So you can have people in this country who have at one point of time been the second richest people in the country, in the world, and you can have people in this country who don't even have 2 meals a day, deprived of basics like literacy, like water, like nutrition. You have child nutrition in this country, malnutrition in this country. There is no end to the deprivation that you see in this country. And so even if we were to have a $1 trillion economy, how would that make any difference if we did not have a model of inclusive growth? And so for me, when I talk about the empowerment of women, when I talk about a journey, it is about looking at the issue through the critical lens of inclusive growth. So if one looks at it from the lens of inclusive growth, then what are the indicators there that we would be looking for? So we would be looking for, I've already mentioned a few indicators, but which relate to the status of women, but we will look for justice and equity. That's what we will be looking for. We won't be looking just for the GDP of the country, okay? Because that will not tell us how the benefits of this GDP has percolated down to the poorest of the poor. So we will look for issues like equity and justice, and I said, and then that then compels us to come up with strategies. Now, there again, the Constitution of India has all the strategies, and some of the strategies that have been used to arrive there have been, one of the strategies that has been used to arrive there has been the issue of empowerment of women. Okay. The other strategy that has been used to arrive there are strategies like reservations in employment. I'd like to, since we are speaking to an international audience, I'd like to point out that India is a country unique in the world that has the device of reservations in public employment for underprivileged sections of society, that is scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes. There is also reservation for women in public employment. Today, you will see women in large numbers in every different field of public employment. This is in part due to the reservation policy, which is also the gift, excuse me for a moment, of Dr. Ambedkar, engrafted in our constitution. The other strategy that, again, Dr. Ambedkar gave us was annihilation of caste. Now, very important for women. You talked about the case that I was doing, the encouragement of intercaste marriage. Look at it in the context of the recent anti-conversion laws that have been passed. And in my opinion, these anti-conversion laws are in direct conflict with the goal that we set to ourselves, that is annihilation of caste. I am personally handling the case of daughters who have been murdered by their own parents. It's nothing new. Films have been made about this issue in our country, murdered by the parents at point blank for the solitary crime of marrying outside their caste. It's the caste hierarchy that needs to be broken in this country. And that is where also we turn for inspiration to what Dr. Ambedkar wrote in Annihilation of Caste. We are obviously a country of contradictions, because while we are still grappling with the issue of caste, today in the Supreme Court of India, as we all know, we are discussing the issue of same-sex marriage, which I, of course, fully support. And I support the issue because it's framed in a manner of equality within marriage. It's described as petitions for marriage equality. Now, I think the issue of marriage equality is very important, not only for the LGBT community in this country, but also for cis women. It's also because we in this country still have a law which exempts marital rape from prosecution. And I would like to let you know that immediately after the conclusion of this case, which the Supreme Court is hearing, which hopefully will conclude in another week, on around the 9th of May, the Supreme Court is going to be hearing a challenge to the constitutional validity of the provision of the Indian Penal Code 375, exception 2, which makes it an exception. A husband cannot be prosecuted for rape. But let me quickly come back, because I know my time is limited. I'd like to say a few words about the importance of democracy. And it's here that many of our battles lie, because democracy is about you and me. It is about women. Obviously, democracy cannot begin and end with one person, one vote, especially given the skewed distribution of money. Incidentally, Utkarsha, you did mention about my having been listed as one of the most powerful individuals in Fortune a list. But let me tell you this, it was a citation which was very interesting, which I found very, very interesting. And the citation says that we have been able to demonstrate how very, very few resources can go far. That's it, okay? So in our role as civil society, members of civil society, our resources are limited. Whether it is human capital, whether it is money, whether it is intellectual capital, we do have limited resources because civil society doesn't have a lot of money to throw around. But how to leverage that, how to get the most out of it, and this is what Lawyers Collective has been recognized for. if you read the citation, it's not just a recognition of me, it's also a recognition of the fact that Lawyers Collective, being a very, very small organization, a handful of lawyers, has been able to leverage their resources, limited resources, to have the maximum possible impact. So let's come back. Let me just say a few words about democracy and why democracy is important for women's empowerment, not just because it gives us the right to vote. Incidentally, we are a very lucky country because a lot of things that other people had to struggle for, we didn't have to struggle for. We got them as a gift of the Indian Constitution in 1950. Take, for example, the United States of America. They still don't have a clause which says there shall be equality between different sexes. Whereas we have it, non-discrimination based on religion, caste, sex, or place of birth in the Constitution. So what I'd like to tell you is that we have these amazing tools with which we can work in a court of law. And this has been the journey that I have made, because she mentioned that I've worked on cases of homelessness, pavement dwellers, of hawkers getting their right to hawk on the pavements of the city of Mumbai recognized. And then this whole list of cases relating to women, the right of menstruating women, to the democratization of religion itself by allowing women to enter religion. There is a point to be made here, and that point is most of the cases you mentioned arose under personal laws, Hindu law, Muslim law, Christian law. And the really important challenges in a court of law are those challenges where you appear to be clashing head on with religion. How does one ensure that religion treats women democratically? That has been one of my challenges in a court of law, because we are a country which has refused to shed our personal laws. The prevailing view in society today is let's not shed personal laws. Now, unfortunately, recent times have seen major attacks on religious minorities, and this puts us in a bit of a jam, because we are not in a position to demand abolition of all personal laws, because we know this is going to have a disparate impact on religious minorities, especially Muslims. A kind of Islamophobia is certainly spreading all over the world, including in India, resulting in things like lynching. So we make use of jurisprudence from all over the world. I have used jurisprudence relating to race, which has emerged from the United States of America, to deal with issues like this. There is a final point that I'd like to make, one which is very dear to my heart, and that is the importance of the right of free speech. I wouldn't be here with you today or saying what I'm saying if we did not have a guaranteed right to free speech in the Constitution of India. It's a very, very important right. I've said it on many occasions that what do the oppressed ultimately have? They don't have money to corrupt the political establishment. They don't have the networks to be able to have access to people in power. What they do have is their voice. They have it, and they are entitled to use it. And this is the importance of freedom of speech and expression. I regret to note that we are passing through times when this right is under very serious attack. Just one example, which I can give you for an amendment to the IT rules, which says any person who publishes anything which is false, fabricated, or misleading, as decided by the government of India through its own fact checkers in relation to any business of the government, will face censorship, will have to pull down the published material. Now, this is a direct attack on all of us. We women should not pigeonhole ourselves or isolate ourselves into a category where we feel that this doesn't concern us. It does. Women, feminism was about speaking out. This is what distinguishes feminism from all other isms. Feminism is political, feminism is legal, feminism is about equality, and it came about because of the right to speak out. So we need to safeguard that right to the best of our ability if we want to talk about gender justice. Thank you very much. It's been really nice talking to you, and I hope it's been equally good for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Indiraji. This has indeed been such a fabulous evening, start to the evening, and all the points that you talked about, from the political to the personal and the personal to the political. Yes, it, I think, resonates with most of the women on the panel and also the men, I'm sure. We are not supposed to ask any question to the keynote speaker, but can I still ask one? Inju, can I go ahead?
Okay, then you'll have to let me go.
Yes, ma'am. I know this is a little sensitive question, but I think since you are here and we've all been trying collectively and individually to try to understand or try to get an answer to the Bilkis Bano case, Supreme Court underlines gravity of crime. Center and Gujarat refuses files. Can you shed some light on this? I think this is something which kind of gives most women sleepless nights, just thinking about the atrocity that this woman has gone through. And why are we, or you, or anybody unable to bring justice to this whole situation?
Okay, so two questions. Let me answer the first, and then maybe the second will take care of itself. But we need to ask the question, why is this an atrocity? Why is this an atrocity? Okay, I wrote an article which was published in the Indian Express. Look, I'm an abolitionist. I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't believe that people should be indefinitely incarcerated. People have asked me this question: why are you opposing the release of these people after 14 years? After all, they've done 14 years in jail. Well, I have the answer, and the answer is this was in the context of a crime, in the context of a genocide that took place in 2002 in the state of Gujarat. And it puts a completely different color on the crime. Like if it was, say, any other, it's not any other rape. Let's be clear about it, okay? So it's a rape which sends a message to the community as a whole. And rape in any case has been considered an impact crime, meaning it's an act of revenge, not against the individual. Let's be very clear, feminists have argued that it's not an act of lust. Clearly in 2002, the rape was an instrument of war, and there is enough international law around this subject as to enough experience, what happened in Rwanda, and issues that were taken to the International Court of Justice, where we saw a judgment which says for the first time, rape is an instrument of war. So this is the gravity of the offense, and which is why we oppose this release. Now, why were they released? We are struggling in the Supreme Court with an application filed by the government of India that we will not even release what has come to be known as the Bilkis Bano files. But we know the reason for the release. It's a political reason. It's not a legal reason. It's clearly to further an agenda, which, to give a name to it, it's an Hindutva agenda. Okay. Now, when such a political issue gets taken to court, your second question arises, namely, how do you deal with a political issue in court where you know that it's the law that you're talking about? And the answer that you can get, which was given at one point of time, was that, oh, well, they've done their 14 years and the law allows, meaning a government can legitimately release a person after 14 years if they think it's the right thing to do. So that's the question. Is it the right thing to do in a case which I have described as situated within a genocide? So I don't think you should lose heart. The case is in progress. I am not going to say that we've lost the case. And so I will say it's a difficult journey. It's a difficult journey for political reasons. But if you ask me as a lawyer, it's not a difficult journey at all. And it's still an open question. So just wait.
Thank you so much for that, ma'am. I'm really grateful for your participation, for your answers, for everything that you've led to the conference. And yes, I will let you go after this, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to speak to your conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, I would now like to extend a warm welcome to the diverse range of participants on our panel who will make for rich discussions on gender issues and feminism is sure to inspire a change for us in the coming decades. To begin this session, I call upon Rinki Roy Bhattacharya, who is the chairperson of Bimal Roy Memorial Committee. Rinki, ma'am, are you there? Yes, I can see you. Great to have you, ma'am. I think you were one of the first people who supported us for the conference, and we really appreciate your efforts and all the trouble that you've gone to make this happen. Thank you so much. Let me introduce Rinki Roy Bhattacharya. She's the chairperson of the Bimal Roy Memorial Committee. I have had the delight to know her personally, and I'm amazed with her fervor and tenacity on gender-based issues, along with decades of pursuing truth tirelessly. She believes that most records of women who are abused, raped, and killed are likely to be judged as all records are maintained by men. Hence, it is clearly becomes our social responsibility to explore sections which go hand in hand with documented records about women victims. She has authored several books and contributed to cinema in various capacities, carrying the legacy of her late father, the renowned late Bimal Roy, who made iconic and socialistic films such as Do Bigha Zameen, Sujata, Madhumati, Parinita, among others. Her iconic film Char Diwari was sponsored by the Department of Women and Child, and her conversation will journey through films, narratives, and oral history. Over to you, Rinki, ma'am.
Thank you, Kasha. And
Ma'am, can you switch off one of I think your phone, because both of them are on, so there's a problem.
okay, okay, 1 second. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Kasha, for inviting me to this very privileged panel. And I don't feel equal to somebody who's so eloquent like Indira Jaising, who's also I've been very privileged to have her as my lawyer, to speak after her, where she put everything in, perspective. I would like to say, my concern has been mainly to recognize the way, particularly female victims are portrayed in cinema. When I say cinema, I would also like to include other media like television and theater also, but mainly the mainstream cinema, not offbeat cinema so much. I tend to believe, and I don't think I'm wrong in saying what I'm saying, that there is hardly any empathy shown to women victims on the screen, if they are portrayed at all. Firstly, along with the victimization of women, all of us suffer from a great deal of disbelief. We don't think, we are in denial. In fact, we are all in denial that such things happen, and we tend to label them as, reality of a certain caste or class, particularly class, that, wife beating or, things, atrocities against women exist mainly in the working class, which is completely a myth. It exists as much and as regularly and as frequently within upper class, the elite society. I don't see any reflection of that in our films, and which is a pity, because we need to wake up and believe that we have to revisit reality in this, particularly about how women are portrayed. But I would say, let's say in general, how women are portrayed. We have two extreme spectrums. There are very few films which have actually focused on how rape victim has been portrayed. But I was, really surprised and happily surprised to see big mainstream cinema filmmaker like Mehboob Saab, who had made a film called Amar. I wish we could share it with you, which is not possible, in which you have big stars like Madhubala and Dilip Kumar and Nimmi. And it's the story in brief about a man who's a lawyer. Dilip Kumar is portrayed as a lawyer, he practices law, and he's engaged to marry Madhubala. But he, rapes Nimmi, who is from the working class, and that gives him a certain kind of guilt which he cannot share, and his girlfriend or his fiancé is not aware of it. And eventually, what happens, which I think is a very, very rare and happy exception within the mainstream cinema, is that he is compelled to accept her socially, which I think is very rare. You hardly see any film in which a rape victim has been accepted socially by the man who actually has abused and raped her. So, which is a wonderful film to watch, I would say, Amar. It's made in the 1950s. And can I point out, Utkasha, one or two other films which I'm sure nobody has watched, but I would like to share that don't have to hang our heads in shame. We do have a couple of exceptions which we should celebrate. One film which I would really like to mention is a Bengali film called Adalot O Ekti Meye by Tapan Sinha, who's a very eminent filmmaker, received the Phalke Award. It's about the woman who's raped, gang raped, and her struggle. And what I totally celebrate is the director's unsparing criticism of how the nexus of the judiciary, the police, the redressal systems completely abandons what should be considered, does not look at her as a victim, but there's internal politics against her. Again, the whole aspect of victim blaming comes forth very, very strongly. And the only person who really solely supports her is her father. The wonderful bond between the daughter and father is absolutely admirably shown. And I think this is also a film which really needs to be celebrated, because rarely have people in language cinema have a film like this come out. I was surprised to see this film. I wrote about it as a journalist. I think these are films, and of course, recently we've had this film called Thappar and Pink, where I'm full of admiration for the director of Thappar, in which the woman is questioned again and again, even by her mother. That's so what? I mean, you have to learn to accept being, this is the way life is. This is marriage. This is what marriage is all about. Or even her advocate, wants her, discourages her to go ahead with the case. And a film like Thappar or Pink really opens up, the Pandora's box. And, I think that the can of worms come out. These need to be watched, because I think we deserve to watch films with greater sensitivity, and also be critical of films which do not portray reality or do not portray women as they should be portrayed. Like Indira says, the kind of inclusiveness we want to see in society is hardly there within the mainstream cinema or within arts, and these are things which really need to be worked at and seen in a much more, I would say, we need to encourage that kind of work. That's it. I think I will step aside after that. Utkasha, if you may let me go. And if there are any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Yes, you're going, because we are going to have a panel discussion after the other. I mean, at least keep us on so that
Sure.
we can break, but we'd love to have you back for the panel
Okay.
discussion.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, Rinki ma'am. I think Unju, now you can take over.
Okay. Well, thank you, Rinki ma'am. Now it is my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Meena Gopal, who is a professor at the Advanced Center for Women's Studies at Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai. She was a visiting fellow in contemporary India at the University of Sydney and Fulbright visiting scholar in residence, Trinity College, Hartford, US. Her recent publications include Women in the World of Labor, Interdisciplinary and Intersectional Perspectives, Sports Studies in India, Expanding the Field, Land, Labor, and Livelihood, Indian Women's Perspectives. She is also a member of autonomous feminist collective Forum Against the Oppression of Women Bombay, that is part of the women's movement in India, as well as being active in queer politics. She's also a member of several committees, including Board of Studies in the University Department and Internal Complaints Committees for Prevention of Sexual Harassment for several governmental institutions. Let's welcome Dr. Meena. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I first of all wish to express my thanks to Atlas Skill University, Dr. Utkarsha, Dr. Ijung, and of course, the person who, Dr. Monica, and all the other panelists, and the Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor. I am really delighted that we had Indira Jaising today to sort of lead off the discussion. And so what I will do, in a way, carries a bit from what she had mentioned about the role of the Constitution and about the struggles of women and others in social movements to advance the rights. So in today's presentation, I will speak about the situation of women's employment and some things that strike us both before and during the pandemic, and make some pointers to the lack of recognition of the nuances and the layers of discrimination which are based on caste, gender, and other hierarchies that continue to confront women. But before I do that, I would like to make, and this is where I draw from following Indira Jaising's presentation, I'd like to make a reference to a letter written by Mukta Salve. Mukta Salve was a 14-year-old Dalit girl who vented her anger 165 years ago in an essay titled On the Griefs of the Mahars and the Mangs. So I bring some excerpts of her letter. She says, the creator is one who created the Mangs, the Mahars, and also the Brahmins. And he is the one who is filling me with wisdom to write this argument of these gluttonous Brahmins who hate us and consider themselves vastly superior. They say that the Vedas are their own domain, their exclusive property. Now, apparently, if the Vedas are only for the Brahmins, they are obviously not for us. If the Vedas belong only to the Brahmins, then it is an open secret that we do not have the book. We are without the book, and we are without any religion. If the Vedas are for the Brahmins only, and we are not bound to act according to the Vedas, if merely looking at the Vedas can get us into grievous sins, as the Brahmins claim, then would not following them be the height of foolishness? Teach us, O God, your true religion, so that we can lead our lives according to it. Let that religion, where only one person is privileged and the rest disprivileged, vanish from this earth, and let it never enter our minds to boast of such a discriminatory religion. Whether any Mang or Mahar would learn somehow to read and write, and if Bajirao came to know about this, he would say, education of a Mahar or a Mang amounts to taking away a Brahmin's job. He used to say, how dare they get educated? Do these untouchables expect the Brahmins to hand over their official duties to them? So this was written 165 years ago, on the griefs of the Mahars and the Mangs, who are the Dalit castes. So why I bring this up is that Mukta Salve was a student in the school started by Jyotiba Phule and Savitribai Phule in 1848. She wrote this letter around the 1850s. And they were an extraordinary couple who were social reformers and part of the social and educational history of India. Oftentimes in our social and educational history, we talk of Rajaram Mohan Roy and Vidyasagar, but we don't talk about the social reformers who've come from what are known as the Shudras, the Atishudras, and the Dalits. And they worked towards ending caste-based discrimination. They set up one of the earliest schools for girls, the girls, Shudras and Atishudras, and themselves being from the Shudra or the Mali caste in Pune. They also started a home for pregnant widows from the Brahmin community who were disowned by their families. So they were really radical, a radical couple. And they also adopted one such child of a widow who later became a doctor. So we need to recall the role of such radical reformers when we look at the status of women's labor and education in contemporary times. In this radical tradition, they also started what was called the Satyashodhak Samaj, or the Truth Seekers Society, in 1873 to advocate for social changes, promote intercaste marriages, and widow remarriage, with the very same things which Indira Jaisingh referred to as the constitution holding the rights of. And Phule also compared the caste system with the slavery in the US at that time. So there's a lot of such parallels and such radical things in our history. Now I'll just go briefly into the situation of women's employment. So when we hear about unemployment among women, this is largely represented amongst the educated who are beyond pre-university. Okay. But what this indicates is that much of the employment of women is located in the informal or the sectors where people are less educated. It is important to note that in the first decade of the 21st century, the net employment increase in the workforce has been in the informal economy. Further, in terms of sectoral shifts in the employment, for women, while agriculture comprised 75% of women workers, services and manufacture comprised only 14 and 11%. Unpaid labor constituted a significant proportion of women's work in agriculture, marked also by internal migration for livelihoods. So it's an extremely complex situation with the burdens on women. A closer look at the services sector indicates employment in education as teachers, followed by retail and hospitality. You know, the sectors where young people are working in shops, in malls, in BPOs, etc., followed by domestic services, that is the domestic workers. So these are the areas which are known as the services. The share in this category has also increased substantially in the early 2000s. Similar studies are also indicates that a sizable proportion of the domestic workers are migrants. Women are continually moving between sectors of their economy. So rather than, employment being available for them, women are seeking out their own livelihoods. And in the local labor markets, but also they seek short-term livelihoods in precarious sectors or pursue migration strategies. So women are really struggling, and these are the ways in which the struggle is evident. And a majority of these women are from Dalit, OBC, and the Adivasi communities, the very people mentioned by Indira Jaisingh and has also spoken by the social reformers in the 1870s. The disaggregated, so this needs emphasis, who are the people who are we call poor, who are unemployed, etc. And this needs emphasis. The disaggregated nature of women's labor in the informal economy needs the attention of scholars and activists. Women's employment in the surging global supply chains. So this is the new, with globalization, you're again finding an increase in women's employment, but they are in these supply chains of garment manufacture and evident in the sweatshops of urban and semi-urban India, or their presence in the burgeoning textile mills or small factories in special economic zones, employing young women between the ages of 18 and 23, so that they are able to earn quickly and then be married off, right? So in these sectors of manufacture, the state is not an active presence in the sense the constitutional protection, legal protection is not available. And women's lives give free rein to capital to thrive in this global commodity chains. So the private sector companies are able to take advantage of women's labor, but they don't give them enough what they deserve. The onset of COVID, state-initiated lockdowns, and the post-COVID context has brought into sharp relief the unending burdens of unpaid work of women, even as other earning members of the family had options of work from home, or they could postpone their employment. Here again, I wish to stress how young girls and women were pulled out of schools. And even if they managed to go to schools, the burdens of household labor with no other employment or work from home for all classes and social groups, these burdens fell on girls. The crisis of women's labor has emerged starkly. First, COVID has visibilized the work women perform in the domestic realm. And that was one important, it was a flip to this whole picture, that it visibilized the domestic labor because work from home, the home became suddenly the center of everyone's attention. And it also acknowledged the shadow pandemic, that is the domestic violence that existed in these spheres. So it's a very contradictory and complex thing for women to experience. But it also brought back the old questions, that is women's work counted by the government, by the agencies that provide welfare? Is it recognized in all the state statistics? If all the labor undertaken in such households by women were to be counted, both within and beyond the home, the strong claim that women are actually more active than men, that will come out. For instance, I'll just make a technical point here. The National Statistical Sample Survey Organization has got two codes called 92 and 93. And these look at domestic duties. Now, this is not counted in the labor force participation or in the employment rates, but they are mentioned in the book with the codes. So while the government says, yeah, women are doing some duties, but it's never part of employment. And here again, caste and gender, stigmatized reproductive labors, like for instance, surrogacy, care labor, working in hospitals, etc. Subsistence work, care work forms the bulk of this undercounted labor. So imagine the labors that actually keep people's lives, their health, their education, and life and survival. Those labors don't get counted at all. And research has proved all this, but it's up to the state and all of us to actually take it ahead. So research and objective situations have pointed to the dynamics in the patriarchal household under the grip of tradition, which impose constraints on women. But there is need for the emphasis on the structuring force of caste inequality. That under all these labors being not recognized, stigmatized, is the caste inequality, the very issue that was also raised by Indira Jaisingh. Some of these are paid domestic labor, care labor in hospital, cleaning work, patient care, hospice care for the elderly. Many of us are moving into, advanced stages of our life, and all of us need care for our parents, for our aging parents, for ourselves. We need care labor, all performed by women from the marginal groups, right? Bodily care labor. And even in the context of smart cities, urban cleaning occupations such as sweeping, garbage collection, sewers maintenance. In this, of course, men also participate, but a majority of women. So caste here has not withered away with the coming of the neoliberal economic policies with globalization, but continues to persist within the new emerging economies. Caste and sexuality, following the trajectory of traditional caste-based occupations, find resonance in the new economy, not just in the care and reproductive labor, but in hospitality, in tourism, in the hotel industry, in entertainment, in the new media. Caste plays a very significant role. So in conclusion, I'd like to go back to reiterate Mukta Salve's entreaty that we need struggle, we need voices to come out, we need social movements and collective assertions of all youth, women and girls to be part of anti-caste efforts and the feminist movements and bring to the fore the situation of marginal groups and seek their share in the nation's development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Monica, are you there? Thank you so much for that, Meena, ma'am. And it was really, I think we have a couple of questions, which have come up for you from the other channels. We'll get back to you when we are on the panel. Monica, please take over.
Yes, thank you so much. It's been such an enlightening experience, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker at the panel, a multifaceted, multi-talented, and remarkable lady who has made a significant contribution to the promotion of Indian culture over the years. Dr. Sangeeta Datta is a writer, director, musician, cultural commentator working between India and UK. A PhD in English literature, she has taught English and film studies in St. Xavier's, Mumbai, and Birkbeck University of London. She's held postdoctoral fellowships at University of Sussex and School of Oriental and African Studies. She has several books on Indian cinema and is currently writing a biography of Aparna Sen. Her recent works include contributing to and co-editing Women in Indian Shakespeares by Bloomsbury and Cinema, Gender and Art, The World of Rituparna Ghosh by Routledge. Having directed several award-winning features, documentaries, and shorts, she has been creative producer on 2 culture series for the BBC and Channel 4. She's currently developing a future project. She has recently curated the world's largest retrospective of Satyajit Ray at the British Film Institute and invited to Spain and Italy to talk on Ray's cinema. She is artistic director and founder of Bethak UK, an arts organization offering dialogue and creative debate in literature, cinema, and the performing arts. May I request Dr. Sangeeta Datta to please take over.
Thank you, Monica. I'd like to thank the Vice Chancellor, everyone else at Atlas University and UCA, the conveners of this conference. We've been listening to a lot of very interesting speakers, but I just have to put in this personal note to say how delighted I am to see many old friends from my years in Bombay, the years at SNDT University and the years at St. Xavier's. Monica is my old student, and hello to a lot of other old students who've logged in, I hear. It's an absolute pleasure to be here and to meet some of you whom I hadn't met before, and to hope that we will meet in person at some time in the near future. I don't really have a prepared paper or presentation. I thought what would be really interesting was to place my context, the context of my work, and the journey that I made from Bombay, from St. Xavier's College, where I taught English and film studies, and moved to London now many years ago, over 2 decades ago. You know, it's the time that I went with a postdoc fellowship to the University of Sussex, and I was working on the representation of women in Indian cinema. So this was something that had always interested me. I think if I had to define in a line what interests me, it is really women's voices and women's stories. And that trajectory has carved itself through the choice of my subject in my PhD, my postdoctoral work. Having gone to London and started a sort of new life with young children who were growing up there, I think this question of identity really shifted from who I thought I was in India to what I was going to be or becoming in the UK. To suddenly realize that you're part of a diaspora, to suddenly realize that my grandfather's migration from East Bengal to Calcutta during the time of partition was one migration, but this for me was also another migration. So I was part of a migrant community. And it was also important to start looking in a more nuanced manner at this whole community of the diaspora, of the migrants, the immigrants who'd come in from different countries or different contexts to the UK. And to say that it was only about race, or to say that it was only about color would be one thing. But I think the idea of class was also something that was really not discussed. We were touching upon this in some discussions yesterday as well, where the nuanced way of looking at migrant communities is still, there's much to be sought after, there's much to say there. And also the gendered way to look at communities, instead of this, this flat way of saying, oh, arranged marriages, oh, Asian men are all wife beaters, or the women are abused and they don't work, they don't contribute to the economy of the country. That was the sort of perception that I had seen when I came in. And despite the fact that the Bangladeshis and I, as a Bengali from India, we speak the same language, there were so many experiences, so many layers of experiences which made us different in many ways. And there were so many others which could bring us together. So along with the academic work that I was doing, I then made the film the way I see it, and that was on the early women filmmakers in India, looking at their stories, looking at how they made or chose their stories, and that wonderful movement that some of us were talking about yesterday as well, that during the 80s and early 90s, it really was the time of mobilization of women in India. And I was at SNDT at that time. There was so much work happening on women's issues, on women's subjects. That's the first time I heard Indira Jaisingh at a closed door meeting. Rinki, who's just got up from her chair, was also part of a project that we did on the ideology of motherhood in India. Maithili, who should be somewhere here, is someone I've met around that time as such a wonderful critic of Indian cinema. So these are really, for me, I'm drifting a bit, but also just not being able to hide my pleasure and happiness in these renewed contacts again. So when we made The Way I See It, it traveled to many festivals. At the time, it was also part of the university libraries, and there was a fresh way and perhaps a new move as well into looking at more material on Indian cinema apart from Bollywood and the celebration of Yash Chopra and women clad in chiffon saris against snow mountains. So it was interesting to even intercept that sort of celebration of Bollywood and say that the reality of India had much more to throw up, and there were many more stories that we could talk about. Soon after, I worked as associate director on a film called Brick Lane, and that's a novel by Monica Ali, which the students here must read at some time. And it was, again, the first story of a Bangladeshi migrant in East London, and how she had a marriage where there wasn't much relationship with the husband, and she has a relationship with a younger boy, even during the time that she's working and stitching clothes for the sweat factories, doing a lot of work at home and going out as well. So that was a film. While we were making it, there was a huge ruckus in East London where the more conservative Muslim men protested that this film shouldn't be made because it was a shame to our community, and such things don't happen in our community. The fact that a woman strays and that she falls in love with a younger man is not a story that we want to share with our community. So the book may not have been read, but the film will be seen more widely. So we actually shot that film, made that film with a lot of public resistance at that time. And one got that sense of how difficult it was for women to be or act in any way which was not sort of normative, prescribed as normative for them through their families. And as you dig in, you begin to see within the Pakistani community, within the Bangladeshi community, certainly with the North Indian communities, what patriarchy meant at home wasn't too different from what was happening here. In fact, more so, because people would come in with those values and try to clutch onto them with a sense of, unsure identity. And the people who would suffer would be the wives and the children more so. So there were these confused children coming up. It was also a time when my children were growing up, and I set up this organization called Baitak, which was much more about the real sense of a Baitak, a small group of people coming together to listen to music or to poetry. We used to have these sittings in Bombay as well, and in Calcutta before that. So I continued that ethos, but Baitak grew bigger. And there were lots of younger people who came into this platform where I offered a space for dialogue, for debate, for meeting more specialized people, for meeting people whom we would consider as role models in terms of writers, in terms of actors, in terms of performing talent. And slowly, these stories started seeping into my home, into my drawing room, where kids who couldn't talk about their situation with their parents or share it with anyone at home were coming here to tell their stories. And I remember that the first Bengali girl who married an Afro-Caribbean boy, that entire story started in my house, and then we had to go negotiate through that. Apart from the music and the productions that we were putting up on stage, we were also negotiating with parents to share these stories and to make life easier, and to, sort of even make it possible for a girl who's in love to marry her partner. So that in a way then became this big celebration point, because it really was the first Bengali girl marrying an Afro-Caribbean boy. So there were these sort of interesting stories, but also the productions that we picked on to make stage productions or films had a lot to do with this sense of community, had a lot to do with this sense of being a woman in a country where you're both British and you are Asian, and there's a meaning to both sides, and you're also a woman. So what are you bringing to this experience and what is confusing you, what can make it a easier situation. We had a presentation yesterday from Susie, who gave us these horrifying facts of, you know, the numbers that you saw about rape against women, about violence against women. It's dismal, and you think you're sitting in the UK and Europe, and how can things be so dismal? But they are, and the COVID years have made that even more clear to us. The sense of poverty, the class to which you belong, the oppression and the repression that the women are going through is not necessarily only Asian or African or Caribbean. There's a lot, even in the mainstream situation, where women have a lot to go through. And on the other hand, the educated women, the women who are aspiring, they have glass ceilings, which they can't break. There are the numbers, as again, someone pointed out yesterday, that the decision-making jobs, the jobs which really hold power, even in the corporate world, they are still held by men. And even in the academia, you might have a lot of women, but you know, you know, when something goes difficult, or when you are in a spot, then it is again the men who will take their time to decide what has to be done and what not has to be done. A long time ago, when we were at SNDT, and I'm talking about the mid-90s, we used to have this debate about nature and nurture. You know, that time we were reading Susie Tharu, we were reading Rajeshwari Sundararajan. I don't know if, who else was there yesterday? There's another speaker who was talking about SNDT. But, you know, that's the sort of context when you felt that there were a lot of things for which we had to work and had to change and give agency also to ourselves, not just sit in classrooms and debate and talk about things, but to really step out and make a change if possible. And that sense of activism, that sense that you had to also do something yourself, is an ethos that we've carried with us. And it's also here in the UK, where I see in terms of percentage or proportion, it's still very small. A lot more has to be done. But there are women's groups who are, you know, who bring women together, and then they share their stories. And from those stories, there can be plays, there can be performances. Sometimes we also have street performances, the way we used to have them in Calcutta and in Dhaka. It's still a very powerful instrument. Even in Pune, it used to be a powerful instrument. I don't know what's happening now. But it's these sort of ideas that we worked on ourselves as well at BETUC, where you mobilize yourself to be part of a society and to act, and you act yourself to enact change. If you want change, it's not going to come from the outside. And there's a huge amount which still has to be done. When I made my film Life Goes On, which was an adaptation of King Lear, but it was set in an Asian doctor's family. So there was a father and 3 daughters, and the 3 daughters had different problems to sort out. And this very patriarchal father wasn't very sympathetic about what was happening to them. But again, when the younger girl falls in love with a Muslim boy, when the second girl who has her own sexual preferences, she's gay, and when the father finds out these things, then there's a lot which is happening. There are huge upheavals in this family. And the mother, I introduced the mother, who used to be the mediator, the negotiator, but she dies, and all of this happens, all of this bursts out, family secrets come out in those few days leading to the funeral, to the mother's funeral. So again, it was a story which traveled to so many festivals, won awards, and there were women from Canada, women from North America, women certainly in England saying, you know, this is my story. This is the way we grew up with rigid patriarchal fathers who had these very strong conventions about, yes, you can go to Oxford, yes, you can study, but no other freedom. to decide who you're going to marry. No, you can't really marry outside your caste and class. So there were all these barriers which people really identified with. And it's sad to say that a lot of that still exists. A lot has changed, but a lot still has to be done. And I think as women, if we don't step out and if we don't tell these stories and share these stories, and in the mediascape of the UK, you find on an average, one Asian story, and if it is a women's story, it's even rare. So one feature film, maybe in 2 or 3 years, you find that coming along. So that's why for me, Brick Lane came at a wonderful time when I just moved from here to the UK and I had that opportunity to be part of a project, but that doesn't happen every day. There's another young Bangladeshi filmmaker who's making her film this year, so we're looking forward to that. But you know, it's few and far between. And there's Gurinder Chadha, who's made a lot through her comedies, through her satire, to tell you about the sort of Punjabi, very vibrant and very funny Punjabi background from which she's come, and the way she's talked about Southall. So it's almost like you have these token figures who are allowed to tell their tales in a few years, once in a few years. And then there's a little more happening over television. But in terms of representation, there's still a lot to be done. And I think it really has to start with people sharing stories, and then those stories can be written, then they can be produced and enacted. And if you think of the hierarchy and the economic hierarchy, then writing the story is the first step. Making a theater production is still just about possible, but to make a feature film is gigantic. It's just so expensive that to reach that point takes a lot of time. Even if you're coming through the BFI or you're coming through the Arts Council, that whole journey takes years and years to really happen and materialize. I think I've taken more time, I'm sorry, but I was just sharing a few thoughts about my own work and the context within which I find myself. It's absolutely inspiring to start this evening with Indira Jaisingh, who reminds us of our constitution, reminds us about how much we really have. And instead of just keep saying we don't have this and we don't have that and this has to be bettered, we also need to remember that there's a lot there which we need to know and remind ourselves that it's our right to make sure that we practice that in our everyday lives. This whole idea of caste, which has come up today, even with you, Meena, is just so interesting, because sitting out here in London, we've been so troubled with the sense of caste again becoming a factor to reckon with. You know, I mean, one would think we won't even talk about this. It's really not necessary. But the other day I was on a flight going to Jaipur, and the lady next to me, the first thing she asked me was, what caste do you belong to? And it took me 5 seconds to remember what caste I belong to, you know. But today in everyday parlance, with right-wing thinking, with this sense of Indian Hindu identity, it's bound to become this very important operative word. And it's something where people here in the UK who are sensitive to this issue, we are already getting alert to the fact that there is smoldering problems starting within the Hindu and Muslim communities, but also caste is becoming a problem. In America already, there's such a big issue about caste and about the way in which the lower castes or the Dalits are socially excluded from basic things like eating together in a factory or working together and socializing and being able to speak civilly to each other. And it's unbelievable that today we are looking at this again as a sort of global manifestation. So I'm addressing this to the students here. I think we really need to go back, look at the Constitution again and see what has been given to us and what we can hold on to and believe in, and take our steps towards changing things which are not going in the right direction for us. This narrative of success and this narrative of brilliance is a sheen. There's a lot which has to be dug into and looked into. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Sangeeta. I think we could just keep on listening to you the rest of the evening. You spoke so, from the heart. And yes, those were like some really good insights. I'm going to definitely, touch base with you later on and take this conversation further. Thank you so much. While next we have Maithili Rao lined up. Maithili, can I take your permission? And is it possible, can I take Sanam? Sanam is in a different time zone and she has to leave. Is it okay, Maithili? If not, so then I will go as we decided. Or if you're okay with it, could I call in Sanam? And could I call you after her? Is that okay? Maithili ma'am, your mic is off. Maithili ma'am, your mic is off. I cannot hear you. Yes,
can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah,
What 10 after 10 minutes?
I couldn't hear you, ma'am.
Can you can I come in after 10 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Sanam, can you put your camera on so we could have you? Thank you so much for this, Maithili. Thank you for understanding. Thank you. Thanks. Yes, Sanam, please take over. Thank you so much, Maithili.
Thank
Sanam, I would like to give a brief introduction to Sanam. Give me a moment. Yes. So thank you, Sanam, for joining us today. I think you were lined up yesterday and there was some, miscommunication and we missed out on you yesterday. So Sanam Antolini is the founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network, ICANN. As a founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network, Sanam has over 2 decades of experience as a peace strategist working globally on conflicts, crisis, violent extremism, and peace building with civil society, governments, and the UN. Through ICANN, she spearheads the Women Alliance for Security Leadership, comprising independent women-led organizations active in 40 countries globally, preventing violence and promoting peace rights and pluralism. Under her leadership, ICANN has developed the multi-donor innovative peace fund to channel resources to local women-led peace-building organizations. ICANN's Better Peace Initiative, BPI, is also a flagship program providing strategic guidance, practical tools, and capacity development for UN, governments, and civil society on best practices in inclusive design and gender responsiveness in peace processes. I invite Sanam to share with us how promoting gender equality in Islamic nations is indeed the need of the hour. Over to you, Sanam.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that wonderful deep introduction and for giving me the time. I'm sorry about all the confusion. It's such a pleasure to be with you here today. I met Utkarsha at the India Today conclave a few weeks ago, and I feel as if I'm suddenly being hugged by India. And as an Iranian, it's just such a wonderful feeling to sort of find sisters in that part of the world. So thank you so much for having me. As you heard, I've been working with women who become peace builders in contexts of crisis and conflict. And I have to tell you, this is a universe which is extraordinary because it's almost like these superheroes that emerge, and they're superheroes that are in our midst. They look like you and me, but they have something extraordinary in the courage and in the heart and in the vision that they have. And this has been my work for nearly 30 years. I was involved in getting the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security back in 2000. Because what I saw then, and as an Iranian, having grown up with the revolution, and so I'll come back to the question of Iran and what's happening there. What I've seen over these years is that when you have a crisis emerge in your country, and especially when it's in the context of a civil conflict, internal conflict and so forth, the international system we have is not really designed to address it because we're meant to recognize and respect the sovereignty of state and the principle of non-interference. But when you have, if you go back to the 1990s, if you have a Rwandan genocide, if you have a Bosnian conflict, or you bring it to the Syrian conflict, or what's happened in Afghanistan or elsewhere, what you see is that on the ground, when these crises emerge, there are women who have the courage to run to the problem. When others are running away or cowering, there are women who emerge and want to actually stop and mitigate and try and both address the violence, often negotiating with armed actors, but also dealing with humanitarian issues. And what's interesting is that they end up being the voice and representatives of the communities that are being impacted, because the wars that we see, whether you're the army or the state or the non-state actor, often, both sides are targeting civilians. And so the question becomes, who on earth is then representing the interests of the civilians, especially when you take it to levels of negotiations and peace talks and so forth. So this to me has been my work, and at ICANN we spearhead this network of women peace builders. Now, a lot of so bringing it to the question of how this intersects with Islam, a lot of the countries where we have partners are actually Muslim majority countries. I don't call them Islamic countries because, you know, whether you look at, as I say, if I'm thinking about Iran or Iraq or any of these places, you realize that they're actually very pluralistic. There are Christians, there are Jews, there are different sects. So to constantly think about places as one identity is in and of itself a problem because they are pluralistic in multiple ways. And within that, then what we've seen is that whether it's Yemen, Iraq, Syria, as I said, Afghanistan, Iran, all you need to do is to look beyond the sort of international media coverage to look and say, where are the women? What are they doing? What are they saying? And you see this incredibly rich sort of heterogeneous space of activism and knowledge and voice that's out there. But they're being they hit a wall. And this is, I would say this is both internationally and at the national level, that when we say these women, or we as women, have a right to be in the places where peace and security is being negotiated, because we as women have our definitions of peace and security that are different to what men are saying, then we're pushed back. And by when I say what are our definitions, in the research that I've done over the years across the world, if you go down and you democratize the security debate. National security is very much like this Wizard of Oz space that is meant to be for experts and removed from kind of ordinary people. But if you actually pull that curtain back and you go down to the local level and you say to people, what does security mean for you? What is it that causes you insecurity? All of a sudden, it opens up so many other ways in which we can think about national security policies. Right. This was done in South Africa back in the 1990s, and they came out with, we need street lighting because when the streets are dark, that's when people get mugged and they get raped. We need the land cleaned up because we've had military bases and they have depleted uranium into the soil and into the water, and that's affecting our communities. We need to think about poverty. We need to think about HIV/AIDS, these kinds of things. And what's interesting is that was in the 1990s. Fast forward to COVID. I live in America. They were testing out a nuclear warhead drone equipment thing that was costing $168 million just for the testing of this one weapon at a time when the country didn't have enough masks for its health workers. Right. So what does security mean? This is the kind of conversation that women bring to the table when we have the opportunities to come in. What does peace mean? Same thing. And and I'll bring it to closer to home. When the negotiations were happening in Doha around what would happen to Afghanistan, the Taliban was invited in. The Taliban was given housing and food and resources to actually live in Qatar in 5-star accommodation, right? At a time when they were bombing maternity clinics, they were bombing girls' schools, they were attacking civilians left, right, and center. What did we as the international community do? What did the Americans do? What did the Qataris do? They facilitated them, they gave them legitimacy, they sat down and started negotiating with them. And Afghan women who were on the front lines, people that I work with and we have subsequently had to help leave the country because their lives have been at risk, who've been working in their communities all this time, were saying, please, they don't represent us. What they're saying at the negotiation table is not valid. There is no Taliban 2.0. We need to be at the tables. The international community systematically blocked them. We have 10 Security Council resolutions. We have a law in the United States, which is Women, Peace and Security Act that we were all involved in getting it's a bipartisan law. 51% of UN member states have something called the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan. Every single one of these plans and policies states that we have a right to be in those spaces for negotiations. But Afghan women were systematically kept out. And subsequently, as we've seen, the country was literally handed over to the Taliban at those negotiation tables. There were no conditions set in terms of leveraging or anything. The world leaves Afghanistan, or the Western world leaves Afghanistan. They gave special visas. They're called SIV, special immigrant visas, to people who had worked, people in the military, people, high-level folks that had engaged with the Americans and others for resettlement in America. There was no such program for Afghan women who'd been in the army, who'd been in the military, many of the politicians, as I say, many of the activists, journalists, Afghan women who had been leaders in their own country, who had not only stepped right in to deal with the issues. They were completely forgotten. All of them, I was getting emails from many people, over the years, and they would send us over the months that the initial period, they would send us all their certificates with their NATO, I participated in this NATO event, I participated in this workshop. Can you imagine not once, for many of them, not one single one of those contacts that they had made over the years responded to their call for help. So they were left behind, right? Now, what's happened subsequently is that as the world has receded, tried to lock the door and walk away from Afghanistan and pretend that everything that happens in Afghanistan just stays there. What we're seeing is a completely different story. Number one, Afghan women and girls are on the streets. They've been on the streets and in public, facing the barrel of the gun for the last 16, 17 months, fighting literally with their own bodies and their hands and their voices, this movement that's come forward. The women's organizations, even though many of them left, many of the leaders had to leave the country because their lives were at risk, the organizations have reconstituted. We are now supporting people who are still active on the ground. They figured out how to do it. They meet I won't say it publicly how they do it, but they are reconstituting these spaces to engage and to provide training and mental health and livelihood support and so forth. And from the outside, there's a sort of a global connectivity that we've sustained to try and support this work that's going on. The international community, the Western world, comes along and sanctions everything. So those of us who've been trying to get this money, now we have to go through loops and hope, navigate all sorts of legalese, because the American sanctions are different to the Canadian sanctions, to the British sanctions and so forth. But still, we're trying to get these resources in. And the Taliban, meanwhile, what it's done is that it is using the lives of Afghan women and girls to negotiate its own status in the world. They want recognition by the international community, and they want the sanctions to be removed. So the last, the trajectory has been, first they said girls can't go to school, women can't go to work. Then they said Afghan women can't work for international organizations that were doing relief work. So the international organizations pulled out. The national organizations that we work with, of course, they're there. So they were nimble in terms of how they've continued to do their work. The last news that we heard was that about 2 weeks ago, they said that Afghan women nationals cannot work for the United Nations on the ground. At this point, the UN has gone into a bit of a crisis because there's a part of it that says, we cannot allow this to happen. We should have Afghan women nationals. This is discriminatory. These are our policies and so forth. And yet, from the international side, there are murmurings of, oh yes, we must have baby steps. And are we going to recognize the Taliban or are we not? And so forth. And this is the reality that today we're dealing with. If the United Nations and the international community comes along and recognizes the Taliban, imagine what signal that sends to every extremist movement, government around the world that has an element of misogyny integral to their ideology of the state. I mean, the patriarchy is one thing, but when you have the ideology there, we've already seen how the Taliban's actions have inspired extremists in Indonesia and in Yemen and elsewhere in terms of trying to put in new laws. So imagine what would happen if the Taliban gets to have a seat at the United Nations representing Afghanistan. It is the end of the UN as we know it. We may as well pack up and go home and say, human rights, women's rights, we're 70 years, we tried, we failed. right? Because that institution should not, it's there to represent all of us. And yet these are the pressures. And the pressure that it's under isn't just from its own leadership, because it's a member state organization, right? So you have the United Arab Emirates that is sitting in the Security Council right now and has power there, at the same time as opening up an embassy in Afghanistan. You have the Qataris that play a dual game of being terribly progressive in the world and having football and so forth. And at the same time, they're the ones who hosted these guys, right? And the arguments that come back at us all the time is, oh, this is culture. Afghan women were kept out. And by the way, Afghan women, Nepali women, Yemeni women, Colombian women, anytime we say we want peace builders, these women should be at the tables of peace negotiations anywhere in the world. The classic argument they come back with is, oh, it's culture. Women are excluded because it's their culture. And the argument that I come back with is, if it were culture, it would look different in Yemen than it does in Colombia. These are vastly different cultural spaces. It's the same story. It's the same excuses. I've written a book called The Better Peace Tool, and we've outlined the excuses I've heard repeatedly everywhere in the world that I've worked on these issues, right? These are excuses because this is not about culture. It's about power. It's all about power. And the space of peace and security where we're thinking about national security or international security, geopolitics, the budgets that go into security and so forth. This is the most exclusive, undemocratic, unaccountable space anywhere, right? It's the space that women, as a women's movement and feminism and so forth, is kept out of. Because when we enter those spaces, we ask the questions. Why do we need these tanks? Why this? You government are killing people. You armed actors are killing people. So we hold everybody accountable, and they don't like that. And so they keep us out by saying it's culture. I was working in Nepal some years ago, 8 political parties, 15 years of conflict. They all hated each other. But all of a sudden they united like this as a huge wall the minute we said, oh, Nepali women were demanding to be at the peace table. All of a sudden, the men got together. Across all these political, they were killing each other, but when it came to keeping women out, they used this. And the international community consistently falls for this, right? Partly because of their own racism and biases. Because when we say to them, look, in Nigeria, Boko Haram is doing this horrific thing, but Nigerian women, my colleague, Hamsatu Alamin, is the one who's actually negotiating and dealing with it. For them, the idea that you might have women who are brown or black, who come from the communities, who may be Muslim or whatever their religion is, but they're women and they're of a different race and ethnicity and faith, that duality of racism and sexism comes together, and they just can't believe it. They're like, oh, no, and they think that these people don't exist. Once we show them that they exist, and we say, look, these people are actually doing the work you should be doing. The Yemeni Mothers Association negotiated the release of over 1,000 detainees while the UN was fiddling around not being able to do anything. They still exclude them because it becomes a question, it becomes almost a professional existence issue. Well, if the women on the ground are doing this, who, me, ego, UN envoy, Nobel Peace Prize, what happens to me, right? So there are so many reasons why women are consistently excluded, and there's so many reasons why we keep pushing and saying they're here, we are here, stop this nonsense. I just wanted to share this because this is the universe I've been working with in for the last 20, 30 years, and the irony of using Islam as an excuse to control. So if I bring it to the question of Iran and what happens there, it's the same story. It is, you have a government that is taking an ideology which is misogynist, which is authoritarian, but misogyny is integral to its identity, right? Because it's Islamist, not Islamic, because it's got nothing to do with Islam. It's a political ideology. So what we have there is they have the mandatory hijab, which is both a physical sign of control, but it's also the kind of symptomatic of the structural control, because they brought along Sharia law as our constitution, and their interpretation of Sharia law, which can be very progressive if you want it to be, they choose not to have that. But their interpretation of Sharia law is very discriminatory against women. I, as a woman, have count for half of a witness statement in a court of law or any legal document. So, when my father passed away, my sister had to go sign documents. She only, she had to bring another woman so that there were 2 women for every man. This is just the way that they choose to interpret it. It doesn't have to be this way. But in Iran for the last 30 years, because the hijab has been mandatory in public life, automatically there's pushback from women who don't want to wear it, pushback from women who choose to wear it, because they say, I choose to wear this. I choose to come out and represent myself in a certain way. By forcing other women to do this, you're actually also challenging, and destroying my space and my sense of identity. But so we've had mandatory hijab. Women have, for 3 generations, women have pushed it back since 1979. And along with pushing it back, they've also used it to their advantage. So conservative families that wouldn't send their girls to school or university, when you have the hijab, and now it's a girls' school, or there's segregation in the universities and in classrooms and so forth, they get to go. 70%, 80% of university students in Iran are women. They come from rural areas to cities, from cities going to rural areas. So it's been a very mixed bag of what's happening. So between the education and between the years and years of resistance, nonviolent resistance, we had a trigger back in September of last year, which was the killing of Mahsa Amini by the morality police, that sort of unleashed this universe of the women life freedom movement. And so you have these girls in Iran, and they're young girls in Iran who are going out onto the streets, risking their lives. You have these young girls and women going out in the streets in Afghanistan, risking their lives. The Western world becomes enamored with the Iranian version, because the Afghan version is the Western world's own doing, right? But the two go together. And ultimately, this is, whether we talk about the mandatory hijab or not, or in the case of America, whether we talk about, the right to abortion, which is also the other piece of control. These things are all about control. They are, the way I see it is that it is about telling me that I should only care about what's on my head and what's happening in my body. And I'm constantly being forced to think about this, as opposed to giving me the right and the space to lift my head and say, excuse me, I don't like your military budget. I don't like your politics. I don't like what you're doing to the environment. So it's a distraction and it's a control mechanism. And what I would like to see, and what we do through ICANN and through the work that we do with our partners, and we have a campaign called the She Builds Peace campaign, which I'd be happy, if you'd like to join in, we'd be happy to help to inform people, that is to say to people, we as women have not only the right and the responsibility, but we have the choice to decide what issues we want to work on. And we're not going to let society, political actors, various groups with whatever ideology they have, force us back into this constant space of my body, my domestic sphere, and so forth. And we have to think as women's movements globally, we have to think about where we sit, because the minute I say women at the peace table, somebody says to me, what about girls' education? What about domestic violence? These are all valid issues, but we need to be able to say, I'm working on peace and security. You do domestic violence, you do girls' education, you do women's employment. Let's have solidarity together, because we need to make these boats rise together, and we need to value each other's activism collectively. Otherwise, it's going to be all bunched up, and we're going to be a sideshow while the main event goes on. And the main event that is going on right now is the geopolitics, the tectonic shifts that we're seeing, rising military expenditure. I was in India. India's defense budget is going up. The US defense budget is going up. So we're spending more and more money on weapons, hopefully weapons that are going to be completely useless, because if they're used, God help all of us, right? And meanwhile, our environment, our society, the inequalities, all the other challenges are there. And as our colleague said, it's, your GDP can go up, but if your society is fragmented, what does that actually mean? In terms of, and I'll end here. So one of the things that over the years we've tried to do is we've tried to document what women are doing. I actually think that we need to put much more energy and effort into both documenting the work that we're all doing at the national level and internationally in these spaces, so that we can hand it over to the next generation and say, we brought this, here's the baton, we've taken it this far, here's what needs to happen, and here are the lessons that we've learned. So there's a documentation piece of what we're doing now. But there's also what I call social archaeology that needs to be done. Because in all the countries I travel, I'm an anthropologist and a literature major by training. I ask them, what's your story? What's in the folklore? In the history of your country, where are the women? People don't know what women were doing 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 500 years ago. Every once in a while, you'll come across a little name, and you're like, oh my God, she was there. There were women like us 200 years ago in all of our countries, even just our own grandmothers. What did they do? If we don't undig and bring those stories up, it's all going to disappear. And as our colleague earlier on said, with AI, it's even more of an imperative, because it's just not going to exist anywhere in chat GPT and so forth. So the documentation of the past, the documentation of the present are very important. Third thing is the teaching of empathy. When you have everybody going into STEM and sciences, it's all very binary, 2 + 2 = 4. It's not about multiple truths. Literature, social sciences, life teaches you empathy. You have to be able to see what the experience from different people's shoes and where they sit. In our work, we try and engage and teach this and think about it, that what's it like for me as a woman? How do I, when we do simulations, what's it like to be the armed actor? What's it like to be the UN in a mediation space? So putting yourself in those shoes and actually teaching empathy and the ability to see from different perspectives, I think is a really critical piece of skills and mindset shift that needs to be happening in all of our, amongst our students. And then lastly, I talk about women's leadership. I'm of a generation that when people ask me, who are your role models? I struggle. And in fact, I use a Persian verse, which is, from whom did you learn your ill manners? From whom did you learn your manners? And the answer is from the ill-mannered, meaning that half of my leadership that I've tried to foster is based on, I didn't want to be like her, and I didn't want to be, because I didn't have good female role models, right? And I didn't have a pathway of saying, what's it like to be full-time professional and full-time mom, basically. And an immigrant, both in England and here, and what's it like to be dealing with these issues. Over the years, I have come up with things that I've learned in terms of what I value as what I think are more feminine leadership qualities and skills. I see it in the women that I work with around the world. They've taught me a lot. And I think that these are skills and ways that we should be really pulling together and teaching to the next generation of women, because otherwise, the leadership is going to be the alpha male model of leadership. And yes, we have alpha females, but honestly, the majority of us actually want to do things differently. We want to have collaboration. We want to have collective work. We want to have inclusivity. But unless you know how to do that, it's very easy to be sort of channeled into the way leadership is defined by men, whether it's in the corporate sector or in politics, et cetera. So we need to actually rethink that and bring that into the space and talk to each other. So these are the things that I'm thinking about, and I'm really glad to be here. I hope that it's helpful and it's thought-provoking, and delighted to be with you all. And just one last thing, I love the issue of using film and theater, because so much of what we're doing is experiential, and we need to think about how we bring the arts into our world as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sonam. I think this was indeed something that, we all kind of grapple with. And indeed, like you said, the world seems to be like a big boys club. And how are we as women going to stand in solidarity? I think this small, this small panel here, this few people that we are here, I think there are many like us, who actually want to come together and really make this movement, go further. And like you rightly said, the control mechanism, it's all about control, who holds the control. And yes, racism and sexism go literally hand in hand. Thank you so much for that, Sonam. I think it was really fantastic to have you on this panel, and I hope you can stay back if possible for the Q&A. Thank you so much. Now I'll move on to the very patient Maithili ma'am. Thank you so much, Maithili ma'am, for allowing this small change. Maithili ma'am drifted into writing on cinema after a brief stint as a lecturer of English. From hobby to passion, writing on films was a natural progression. Her book, Smita Patil, A Brief Incandescence by HarperCollins came out in 2015. Her recently launched the new book, The Millennial Women, Bollywood's New Brand, came out in February of 2023. She co-edited Films Through Women's Eyes, a study of 17 women directors for Suchitra Film Society and the oldest love story, a motherhood anthology for Om Books International. She believes that beside aesthetics, films must have relevance to social and political reality. Very much close to what Sanam just said to everyone. Yes, films, especially in India, form a big part of our culture. She introduces the idea of the millennial woman as a 21st century Indian woman attempting to express her identity on her own terms. Bollywood has indeed been influential in making the millennial woman acceptable. The feminization of the industry through women directors and writers has sparked fresh narratives on womanhood. She believes that the new gender norms are being pushed, aided by access to global media. Thank you, Maithili ma'am. Please take over. Your mic, ma'am. Please unmute yourself, ma'am. Maithili, ma'am, we cannot hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, good evening. After Sanam's presentation, I was wondering what is talking about films in this global context. Is it any worth? But her concluding lines gave me hope that yes, the art should be used to educate, to create empathy, and that's what my lifelong sort of, when I started writing on cinema, somehow it was like focus was on how are women portrayed in popular culture and in cinema. And there is a division now because after Shah Rukh Khan and Rajamouli are part of the influencers, 10 big influencers in Time magazine list, you wonder where has the other cinema gone? Because one of the recent, over the last 3 years, the film that I saw that stunned me with its power was The Great Indian Kitchen from Kerala. And it deconstructs everyday patriarchy, how it works in the home. And what was most interesting in that film was the man and the woman, the newly married couple, they don't have a name. There are no names. So it's almost like a morality fable that's being put before you. How does this educated girl who's talented, who's a good dancer, gets into this arranged marriage, and then this is endless cycle of domestic work that becomes like a tyranny. And the kind of that father-in-law doesn't like her to cook the rice on gas. She has to cook it. There is a mixer grinder. Chutney has to be hand ground. Her mother-in-law goes away to be with her daughter who's like needs her, and she says, for your father-in-law, you have to cook the rice on the coal stove or firewood, whatever, but not the gas stove. And you have to grind his chutney. He can make out the difference if the chutney is ground on the stone or if it's done in a mixie. So, and then she gets absolutely no appreciation. And then the symbol of it is the leaking kitchen sink. Nobody bothers to, fix that thing. So her life is draining away like that dirty water accumulated in the kitchen sink. And final act of desecration. And then we talked about, I think Indira Jaising talked about menstruation and about the Sabarimalai. That also comes into this film because her husband wants to go to Sabarimalai. So he's like, he's in that period of asceticism before he goes for the pilgrimage. And this family is like, when she has a period, she has to go shut herself in a small little room where she can't be seen also by the husband also. So that's where I think she finally wants to rebel. And when she comes out, and then she has to, the people are there, they're doing a little puja in the veranda, and he wants tea for everyone. And she throws the dirty sink water in her husband's face and puts the dirty water with the tea and gives. She has it even and walks out. I thought it was such a brilliant film without any of the rhetorical flourishes, but just this slow accumulation of detail that drives her to assert her individuality and leave out. So when you see this, but my recent book has been on Bollywood. I mean, in the sense that it's a more positive look on Bollywood, but I said I will not start on that till I share the Great Indian Kitchen, which I think is a most Indian men and the families, because it's a small little film and it wasn't even put on Netflix. They refused it till the word of mouth got the publicity for that film. And people said, did you see that film? And then it got on Netflix or Prime, I forget what, but you could access it, people otherwise. And this is the fate of the small, meaningful film, which is not the continuation of the parallel cinema of the 80s and 90s, but these are like individual younger filmmakers making these very topical films that are grounded in reality. And then you come to the world of the world that sells you dreams, Bollywood. But what my last book has been a re-examination of Bollywood in the new millennium, in the sense that there is a discernible change in the way women have been given agency in the new millennium. I mean, right from things like the rom-com, it's like the go-to genre for any production house. They said, let's make a rom-com that will sell if they're stuck for ideas. But even there is a change from the Yash Chopra school of filmmaking. The chiffon sari is flirting with the man's colorful sweater in the Swiss Alps. That used to be the definition of romance for the 80s and 90s. And then in the 90s, the bridging year, as I call it, when mainstream cinema took on the threat of globalization. Economic globalization was welcome, but I read it as an underlying fear of cultural globalization, where they thought that Indian, I think especially the young of in this post-liberalization world will get deracinated. They'll lose their cultural roots and the family structure will break up. So that's why you had films like in the 90s, Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge, a landmark huge hit, which is being paid either sometimes parodied, sometimes it's always paid tribute to. And Raj and Simran are your iconic, lead pair. But there again, unlike the breaking with the tradition, it is the hero says he doesn't want to elope with the girl. He says, I could have made her elope with me even in London. Why did he follow her to Punjab to woo her? More than woo her, it is to woo the father. So he says, I will accept her. She has to be given with her father's consent. So even the younger generation buys into the patriarchy that your individual self and your individual decision is not good enough. You have to get the girl you love, for whom you have come all the way, and then working as a servant in somebody's house, like a help, not a servant, but like a man of all, like a man Friday over there. So then, but he still needs a father's consent, and he has to hand her over like a kanya dan again. You need to validate your love. So I think that was the 90s was the bridging years between the early globalization and the coming of the millennium. So then I found that right from the rom-com, there is that discernible change in the way the girl has been given agency over making her own decisions, over her own body, over her own sexuality. And this is something from the Yash Raj school. There was recently a documentary, 4-part documentary called The Romantics. It's just a paean of adoration, I would say, for the Yash Raj School of Filmmaking. And Aditya Chopra says, we realize that there is a need for a change. We can't repeat the same old formula. So whether it was a business deal or there is, filmmakers and dealers of popular culture, including even advertising and TV, they are alert to the changing zeitgeist. And if you're not in tune with what the general public, the youth, which is the basic, I think, the consumers of films and popular culture the world over, if you're out of step with their aspirations and with their way of thinking, it's not smart commercially. So unless, this is the kind of a thing that they may not set the trends, but they'll catch the trends and follow it. So they took this generation that has been called the I, me, myself generation, and then made the heroine like a brand, aspirational brand. And then because there was advertising, there is the films, advertising is so huge that I think small could be made from the money they spend on advertising the film on TV shows and in all possible public media. So then I think that's why I said is a new brand, because your star, like a Deepika Padukone, could be selling diamonds, and you could have Vidya Balan selling pressure cookers to different segments. I mean, something tying up with their screen image. So, then they did break the mold in a way. You found that the romantic comedies that came out in the 2000s starting, they had premarital sex. There is living in, there is the kind of the girl sets the pace for the relationship to grow, which is something very different from the kind of romantic films that we have seen before. Even that the kind of wooing that say Shami Kapoor or those kind of days, or the 70s cinema is like, feels prehistoric when you see the kind of new films that have been coming out. And then another catalyst for change, for giving women the agency, have been the coming of indie filmmakers. They are not exactly like the parallel cinema makers, but then they use the tropes of Hindi narrative cinema, but then in a different way. They adapt the old narrative style to tell a different kind of a story with a vision. Can you imagine that somewhere in the 2000s you could make Dev D or Saheb Bibi or Gangster, films like iconic masterpieces that are untouchable. Devdas and Saheb Bibi or Gulam are considered classics that you cannot subvert them. But subversion was the game here. And they made it, Chandramukhi and Paro are contemporary women who decide their own choice. They're not dependent on Devdas, the vacillating hero's whims. They're not waiting on him. They make their own decisions and move on. And actually, Chandramukhi here, played by Kalki Koklinet, she's actually a very active agent in the film to reform. I mean, tell him, I mean, he has an accident, he kills a roadside pavement and he's running away, and she he says, don't get into this alcoholic and drug-induced haze, go surrender to the police and it's an accident. But she makes him see the way where he had gone wrong. He says, yes, I was a slut. He acknowledges that. And then when you come to Saheb Bibi or Gulam, that again is set in contemporary North Indian politics. You don't know whether it's Bihar or UP, but a small town with an old feudal Raja. And they're all quoting ministers for, contracts and things like that. But then the Raja has that inbuilt feudal arrogance that he was once a ruler, though his palaces got all peeling plaster and the huge rooms look sort of deserted, not full of that ornate furniture that you expect there. And the Bibi, that Saheb Bibi, she's Choti Rani and she's alcoholic. and he allows her to be an alcoholic, and the Ghulam is the driver, the new driver, and she has a raging affair with him. And the best part is it's a very convoluted plot where Ghulam has to pay the, he thinks because the Rani is his, but he doesn't realize that for her, class is more important than he is. Yes, he was a good sexual partner, because her husband doesn't actually pay her any attention. He has a mistress otherwise. So her frustrated sexuality gets expressed, but then she's also playing the power games. In all the elaborate shootout kind of a thing that's planned, the husband gets shot and he's bound by the wheelchair. When the elections come, she's the queen. She's the queen who's holding all the aces, and she plays the game. And it's very, very ironic and witty, and absolutely no even kind of what do you call tribute paid to a classic, but enjoys the subversion of it. So these are the kind of films that, make you sit up and watch Bollywood with a new eye. And then you have also the non-conformists. The non-conformists like Vidya Balan, and at one point Kangana Ranaut, because till she became all crazed with her Hindutva ideology. But Queen was a film that was like a watered down Earth, I would call her. Earth in those times, like, you had Shabana and Smita over this man, and then Shabana has guts to say she will not accept the repentant husband when he comes back, saying that the other woman also has had enough of his vacillations and not making up his mind. She's looking for a strong father figure. She's a schizophrenic. And here the wife also refuses him. And that was a very strong statement that she made, that a woman finds her identity. But whereas Queen, she stood up at the mandap, and she goes off on a solo honeymoon to Paris. And there's a cliche that you go to Paris or go to Europe or New York, and then you find yourself. I mean, it's like a very non-threatening way of liberating the girl, because she still remains the young, very sweet, virginal girl she was in the Delhi middle class setting. But then she just, I think her wings of liberty are just sprouting initially, so she can go back and say, I don't want. And the fiance comes back and says, almost begs her to come back to him, and she just walks away jauntily with a smile on her face. So I'd call her the unengaged women. From engagement, she finds that she can be her own self. Marriage is not the sole purpose of a middle class Indian, well brought up girl. And then she's called Rani. She's like the queen of the family, so very indulged by her father and her mother and all that. But still, she's made like non-threatening. A girl who's finding her liberty can become a very threatening figure to patriarchy, but she's not. She still remains the sweet self, and maybe she'll have a marriage later on. She's still the innocent. So, but that's why she became the India sweetheart at one day. She became the middle class darling. Like, unlike a Vidya Balan who came with a dirty picture, where I think a woman's right to make use of her sexuality to get along in life. And it's based on Smita's life, but then there are changes in that. But then I think woman, the hero, the person who is the actual hero, like the male hero. You had that Joseph Campbell's book, The 1,000 Faces of a Hero, where he examines the hero myth across all cultures, all mythologies, and comes to the conclusion that there is a monomyth that's going on, the hero's journey of a task set out for him, the perils that he has to face, the dangers he has to overcome. And there is also sometimes a talismanic kind of a magical thing he has, an object that he has that comes to his rescue. And for the first time, I think we have the woman, the hero, not the hero of Mother India, not the hero of Pakiza, but the hero of Kahani, she's armed with a modern technology. She's a computer a software engineer, and she's been a trained agent, but she comes to Calcutta to look for her husband who is missing, but she's actually on the trail of a man who turned, who went over to the dark side. And she outwits the two cops who are trying to help her, and then she walks away, and they don't know how she did it. And that, the whole thing is like both an ode and then a subversion of pregnancy. She comes as a heavily pregnant woman, and that prosthetic stomach that she has becomes like a weapon. That's a magic object that she has in the film. Like, she fulfills every the craft of how the hero works. The hero of, whether it's a hero of Greek mythology or a Roman mythology, but she's been absorbed that into Indian mythology, because earlier when you had a woman of action, she's always made like a derivative of Shakti. And then, it's become such a cliche, because either she's in a flaming red sari, there are temple bells clanging, but she doesn't really become, she always needs a male support as an actor. Here is the first time that you have a female hero who's on par. You can't call her a shiro, she's a hero. And so you have these kind of characters who are independent, and Vidya Balan has carved out a niche for herself, because even in a film like Mangal Mission, and it is based on the true Mars story, and the group of technicians, the engineers and the scientists that she brings together, though there's Akshay Kumar as the token head of the department, but she's the doer, gets them together, and it's sort of a salute to the unsung scientists who have been working in the space world. I mean, in Indian ISRO, and then in the end, you have all the real names of all the real scientists on whom these things are based. So there is that very beautiful amalgam of what really happened and fictionalizing it through this very persuasive figure of Vidya Balan, who's again broken the stereotype of what a Bollywood heroine has to look alike, because she was hounded by the fashionistas, the fashion press, that she's overweight and she's doesn't fit the whole thing of the beauty industry in the 90s. Once we had, I go back to the 90s when the first Miss World and Miss Universes were coming out of India, and followed by others who like Aishwarya and Susmita Sen, followed by a whole lot of others. Then the cosmetic industry came into India very strongly, and selling cosmetics for the brown skin. So there was a commercial aspect to this whole beauty business at that time. But at the same time, there's the whole Indian body type. The desirable body type was coming off an assembly line that they should be able to fit the Western clothes, and and you depart from that, the voluptuous body that most Indian women have, and which is celebrated in our literature and sculpture and art. So the whole kind of assembly line production of heroines in the 90s had set in. You couldn't, from a long shot, you couldn't make out who was the actor playing that role, because they were dressed alike, the hair was alike, the silhouette was alike. But Vidya Balan came and broke those rules, and then she's worked on her own terms. So this is the change that I find in the last 20 years, that you had this kind of a image of the heroine presented to the audience and accepted very, with I think with a lot of appreciation. And then you come back, and never before have so many women directors worked at the same time in the Hindi film industry at that time. But the funny part is not many of them, except Gauri Shinde, have made a film on women. They have, I think they didn't want to be slaughtered as women filmmakers, because there is a resistance to be called a woman filmmaker, because they feel that kind of a other ghettoization. But Gauri Shinde comes and makes a film on English, a mother of two, I mean, a teenage daughter, and she's a homemaker, and then comes along and she wants respect, you know, because she says at one point, you are loved by the family, but her daughter is ashamed of the mother because she can't speak English properly. And when she goes for a wedding in New York, she uses her savings to go and learn conversational English. And then she is very clever. She watches films with the subtitles. So that's how she even learns her English. So at the end, when people say that you are loved, she says, yes, but I need to be respected. It's a small statement, a very significant statement. And that's kind of the respect that women want as individuals is being recognized in this new kind of films that are being made. There are all kinds. There are bad films, there are good films, but many of them have broken the mold. And then another film that I really want to talk about is Haider, the film that is a remake of Hamlet set in Kashmir. Politically, it was exposed to set a film in Kashmir, and Haider making speech in Lal Chowk. But more than Haider, and that Vishal Bharadwaj that risk, is the way he fleshes out Gertrude's character in this. Mother is, you know, because as a literature student, always puzzled by Eliot's statement that Hamlet is an artistic failure because the objective correlative is missing in that film. The emotion that Hamlet feels and the cause for that emotion, the disgust that he feels for his mother, there is no objective correlation. So that was a thing that I think so many English lit students grapple with. But I found that he creates in Tabu's character, the mother, she's very, and then there's a film that has most, you know, what is the Oedipal complex that is there hinted at in Hamlet is sort of made not more than suggestion. There are certain images that stay in your mind that hint at that Oedipal obsession that Hamlet has for his mother. And then she takes the agency into her own hands. She sees that she is destroyed. She's in a way destroyed her son. And she's the one who goes like a suicide bomber and gets the terrorists. So she becomes like a figure who becomes more than the objective correlative that Eliot spoke of when he was talking about Hamlet. I mean, this.
Sorry to cut you in. We're just kind of running a little short on time.
Okay.
I hope, is there something, if I may ask, because the next speaker is lined up and then there is a abstract presentation.
Okay.
I'm so sorry to, barge in like that.
Okay.
Could you just take another 2 minutes to conclude? Then I can move on to the next. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I just said that this millennial, it's just the millennial woman is a work in progress. It's still not fully defined because these films are working within the constraints of a commercial setup, because these are not like the out and out kind of films that were made during the parallel cinema. Now these are the films that are commercially viable, and there is a certain kind of compromise with the demands of a mainstream film. But at the same time, there is a different way of looking at characters. There's a different way of presentation. And I've just picked the most outstanding kind of films in the last 20 years. And later, if you have any more questions, I'll answer them.
Thank you so much, Maitri. We do have a Q&A lined up. If we could just kind of, so thank you very much taking us down the Bollywood memory lane. Indian films of all languages play a huge role in constructing modern Indian society. And more than anything, I think that's what, the way you explained and literally chronologically, the kind of films that have shaped the millennial women is so, so true. With that, I would now like to thank you and move on to our last, but not the least, a special guest for the evening, Aparna Achrekar. Aparna Achrekar is the co-founder of Koto, a social community app exclusively for women to have authentic and interesting conversations with each other in their own digital space. She leads the community building vertical for Koto, evangelizing the concept of communities among women creators. Aparna is a senior content professional with over 2 decades of experience in building content creation and monetization strategies for digital products. She has led the digital content vertical at Z5, Z Group's OTT platform that has reached a user base of 75 million within 3 years of its launch. She was part of the core team driving Z's digital businesses worldwide since 2008 and has led the launches of Ditto TV, OZ, and My Popcorn in the past. She will talk about violence against women and how Koto is promoting online safety. Thank you so much for this, Aparna. Thank you so much for being patient. Please go ahead with your, what you'd like to say.
Thank you so much, Utkarsha. And I wish I had attended all the sessions yesterday also, because I think I've missed out on so much. So many of the speakers here are whose writings and what they have spoken in the past and what we've actually referred to build what we are building. For me, it's almost like a fangirl moment where I'm looking at each one of them and saying, okay, wow, this is the photograph I had seen, this is the person I had, whose writings I had read about. So thank you so much first for this opportunity. Actually, ma'am, I have nothing really more to share than what you've already said. Bollywood and so much that we watch influences us, which is where I want to come to my topic of violence against women, but now in a very different format, right? This new violence has shifted from the streets to online abuse. And online abuse is something that over 70% of women internet users, even in India, have faced. It's almost an all-pervasive problem. And it's kind of the new monster that has come, right? And this monster has manifested itself in different ways. From cyber stalking to doxing, which is where a person's private information is shared online with malicious intent, whether it is online harassment, whether it is revenge porn, which is very big today. Most complaints that go to cyber cells are today on revenge porn. When the world is now transitioning from this entire Web 2, right? Now, the world transitioned from Web 1, which is only websites, to Web 2, where the interactive form of Web came, to Web 3, which is now getting constructed on blockchain technology. It's very sad that women have to bear the brunt. Women are the gender which is bearing the brunt of this all. And online abuse, pretty much like physical violence, has long-lasting impacts, whether on its victim, whether it's anxiety, whether it's depression, and even cases of suicide. The anonymity that the internet has given as power to some is actually the power that most people will abuse. Social media platforms are the most common places where this abuse happens. So it's not just simply digital platforms, and social media now is an integral part of our lives, right? I mean, most of us are either on Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn or Twitter, right? And these are the places where most online abuse happens. Now, the study that the commission had taken forward also found that most women who use social media for work or for personal reasons are more likely to experience online abuse than those who don't. Now, there's another study also that was conducted by the Digital Empowerment Foundation. And it said that women who report online abuse also face a variety of obstacles in seeking justice. So it's not only about, okay, we know there is a problem, but then is there a redress mechanism? Seeking justice mechanism is also as difficult, because often they face a lot of apathy from law enforcement officials. Now, whether it's lack of general awareness, right? Now, if someone is sending you lewd messages, somebody is sending you pornography, or somebody is just harassing you, as women, we are often told, okay, why don't you just ignore it, right? I mean, in the 80s or the 90s, when someone whistled at you on the streets while you were going to college, your natural instinct or the way you were brought up said, okay, ignore it. That's what most social media influencers and women who put themselves out there on social media to express their opinion end up doing. Let us just ignore it. Because the behemoths, right, the Facebooks and the Twitters, and I'll give you an example from what a BBC journalist has written. I'll read out from her article, because this is something we should all definitely, and the article is on the BBC site for everyone to read. This article is by BBC's special disinformation reporter, Mariana Spring. She says, I'm the BBC's first specialist disinformation reporter, and I receive abusive messages on social media daily. Most are too offensive to share unedited. The trigger, my coverage of the impact of online conspiracies and fake news. She's only doing her job as a journalist. She says, I expect to be challenged and criticized, but hate directed at me has become a very regular occurrence. She said, I wanted to understand why this is happening, the threat it poses, and why social media sites, the police and the government aren't doing anything about it. Because clearly a BBC journalist is a powerful woman, right? I mean, at least us as average women would assume that she is a powerful woman. So she set out to make a film for the BBC's Panorama program. What they did was they set up a fake account across the 5 most popular social media platforms to see whether they were promoting hate to such users. Using an AI-generated photograph, we designed our fake troll to be similar to the people who sent me abuse. Our troll engaged with content recommended by the social media, but did not send out any hate. Now, what they discovered is even more stark. Our troll account was recommended more and more anti-women content by Facebook and Instagram, some involving sexual violence. Female reality TV contestants, including those on that year's Love Island, are disproportionately targeted on social media, with frequently rooted in misogyny and combined with racism. So if you're a woman of color, or if you've come out of the closet and you've declared your sexuality, then you are all the more vulnerable for this. Social media companies say they take online hate against women seriously, and they have rules to protect users. These include suspending, restricting, or even shutting down accounts. But my experiences suggest they don't. I reported some of the worst messages I've received, including threats to come to my house to rape me and commit horrific sexual acts, to Facebook whenever she has received them. And every time she has got a response from Facebook saying, well, we looked into this, but there seems to be nothing wrong. But months later, the account remained on Facebook along with dozens other Instagram and Twitter accounts sending me abuse. As a journalist, as even a woman in power, she kept sending, but really nothing was done. It turns out my experience is part of a pattern. New research for this program by the Center of Countering Digital Hate shows that 97% of the 330 accounts sending abuse on Twitter and Instagram remained even after being reported. This clearly is a big problem, right? It's a problem young girls are facing today. Women of color are facing everywhere. The higher you go in the social ladder, And the more you start expressing your opinion, you're obviously subjected to more hate. Sorry. And this is really what brought us to creating Photo. Photo is short form for Come Together. Photo is a social community platform that is exclusively for women and trans women. Now we protect entry into the platform through facial recognition tech. Our platform allows women to connect, network, learn, and earn in communities of their choice. So basically a simple platform which you can come, join any community of your choice, and really seek your opportunities from there. And the platform is moderated, not by us as a platform. The platform is moderated by the community creators themselves. Because every community has a context, every conversation has a context. We do not want to be that all-pervasive platform where words that refer to female body parts are not allowed. How can there be a platform for women that is going to ban words like breast, that is going to ban words like vagina? These are women body parts. We were born with them, right? So some of the principles that we have been based on is, yes, moderation, so that we don't spread hate, so that there is no information that can spread, but at the same time, safeguarding every right of the woman to be able to express herself very in about 4 months. So we are a very young company. We have over 4,000 communities created. Now we have everyone from lactation experts, right, whose very presence on even platforms like Facebook is not allowed because they will use words like breast, right? Because they're teaching young mothers how to feed children. From lactation experts to lawyers talking about rights every woman should know, to women cancer survivors, to trans women supporting each other. The last 4 months, the community, the women community has really supported us. And our vision is to be really take this to not just limit this to just tier 1 women who have access to technology, right? Who have access to better internet. How really can the internet, digital medium, make lives better for every woman? Photo is an attempt to allow every woman to benefit from digital media the way she deserves, right? Whether it's to assert her individuality or whether it is for her to be able to earn a respectable livelihood for herself. So whether it's a micro entrepreneur or home entrepreneur or a corporate woman who can give other women opportunities or jobs, our vision is to build this place for women that everyone can thrive on. So yes, thank you so much. I mean, this is a war in a way that we have waged against online abuse of women. We do believe that when we can empower them in communities on a platform that can really give them opportunities, we will be able to make a good difference. So we need the support of all of you who have been great voices that we all look up to when it comes to rights of women, rights of the gender. So thank you so much, Utkarsha, for inviting me here. It's my honor to just be a part of this panel.
Thank you so much, Aparna, for this. We've put out the Koto thing. I mean, I also downloaded the app very recently, and I think it's an amazing app. I wish we'd known of this earlier. I think you just need to be promoted in the right platforms. And yes, I think this is a great start, and definitely we are going to be in touch and carry this conversation further. Thank you so much for your inputs. And now with that, I would like to open up the panel for discussion. We are running a bit late, so we have only, I think, maybe 1 or 2 questions. Monica, Inju, please go ahead and, maybe you can start with the questions. Thank you so much.
Kusha, I will ask a question when there's no questions from participants. Thank you.
No, I have a few questions from participants, but they've come through on the channel. So one of the questions that has come, I guess, for everyone, I think Maithili, Rinki, I know Sanam might have left because she had to get into another meeting, Meena, Sangeeta. So one of the questions that I've received from another channel is, how can we promote positive and respectful communication and behavior towards all genders in our personal and professional relationships? I mean, are we doing enough? Or are we doing enough on a personal basis individually? I think that's where empathy comes in. This is one of the questions that has come in. And how can we break gender stereotypes and biases in our workplaces and communities? Again, similar to that. This has kind of come in. Anybody would like to take that? Aparna?
Yes, yes,
Little
sure.
issue with your, sorry, Aparna, there's a little issue with your connection. Huh? Yeah, we are losing. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Shall I go first?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Right.
I think what we need to do is to have more conversations across, I mean, I think this is a fantastic platform where you got, I mean, of course, this is a panel discussion, but we should have more conversations where people who come with different histories, different experiences, sit together, talk and learn, and then understand, and some of the things that Sanam was talking about, empathy, respect, and these are all there in several traditions. And I think only in a collective fashion of coming together, and it has to be consistent. It's not just a one-off thing, but you have to have it over time and spend time to learn from each other. And that's one of the only ways I think we learn. In the university, we try and do it. In social movements, we try and do it. And I think more spaces we should create.
Thank you so much, Meena, for that. There's one more very quick. Yeah, somebody was saying something, Aparna?
Yes, I mean, just we add quickly to what Meena said. The conversations, right? And those conversations have to start from our home, right from the time there is a new human in our life. It has to start from there. It has to start with a sense of respect for all the women in the house, respect for every individual, respecting each other's space and respecting what each other brings to keep the family together, right? We realized in so much research that we have been doing around this that the use of right words to refer to body parts, right? The use of the use simply allowing all members of the family have equal opinion in any decision making, whether it's as simple as going for a holiday or buying a new appliance in the house, right? The moment a child sees disparity there, that's where that seed is sown. So really open conversations at home from the very beginning can really address this phenomenon.
Thank you for that, Aparna and Meena. There's one last question of the evening, with which then we would move on to, Professor Cindy Millman, to give us the vote of thanks. The last question is, what role do men play in promoting gender equality, and how can we encourage them to become allies in our fight? In this fight, I mean, the boys' club is predominantly, leading everywhere. So yes, can somebody take this?
Yeah, I'd like.
Maithili was wanting to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Maithili.
Yeah, I don't have a son, but if I had a son, I would raise him from the beginning, from childhood, that you have to respect women, allow them their space. I think very often it depends on the kind of, because there is a repetition of the patriarchal pattern in the way we raise boys. So I think that has to start from the home, and it's the, I think, because you see boys get away with bratish behavior. I mean, which we don't condone in a girl, a daughter. So I think this has to be really start at home, the way you raise boys from the time they're very small, that you should not intrude on a other person's space, and especially, and see that they're perceived as, the girl perceives that she's being treated on par with her brother. Because there are so many homes where that boys get away with so many things that a girl is under stricter control.
Those are very, very wise words to end the evening with, Maithili. Thank you so much for all of you, for the entire panel, the panelists, and all I think the amazing discussions and the amazing thoughts that have come up today, both yesterday and today. I want to enrich us all individually and collectively. With that, Unju, please take over and you can invite Dr. Mindy.
Well, I would like to invite Professor Cindy Millman, and she's going to give us a congratulatory message and thank you message as well. She's a joint co-director in the Business School for the Creative Industries at University for the Creative Arts. Let's welcome Professor Cindy Millman.
Thank you, Dr. Yoonji. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It is a great honor to be invited here to give a vote of thanks speech. I apologize in the last 2 days, including today, have been very busy, but I was attended yesterday's opening session when the president and the vice chancellor of Professor Bashir Makhoul gave the welcome speech, as well as our Vice Chancellor at Atlas Skill Tech University opened up the conversation of the gender conference, particularly talking about psychiatrics and the gender biases, particularly the gaps. So I was able to attend today's, towards the later stage, our 2 keynote speakers, and we discuss about the role model. Sanam is a very interesting topic. In general, the gender gaps existing because the perception about women generally working more hours and the pay less, and the great pay gap across the world, including that in the UK, I'm sure in India as well, and as well as age discrimination and carry more work. And the women, particularly during the COVID period, at my original university where I used to work, we conducted research in terms of how particularly academics in the higher education about the additional caring duty and caused the less delivery of academic outputs, but also more stress and deliver more outputs. But when you dive into the intersectionality of our students' population, when we're looking at the student participation to the higher education, their success, but more importantly, the progressing and the employability gaps as well. In the UK, about 88% young female, and they cited that they never perceive that particularly in the creative industry, there is not a role model. That really echoes what Sanam just presented about how her, in terms of the industry insights about role model. So I'm not going to details, really enjoying yesterday's my understanding about the academic debate, but today more focus on the industry, and just heard the panel discussion, the Q&A, and we advocate and encourage and would like to have more this type of interaction from education, industry, maybe policymaker as well, to really try to have this interaction discussion to explore, encourage, and challenging those gender gaps. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our organizer, particularly Atlas Skill Tech University, but also our Yoonji from the Business School for the Creative Industries and of University for Creative Arts, for all your hard work and efforts to make this happen as a platform to encourage, to welcome, to open up a mechanism to everybody to share the ideas. I fully appreciate their further panel presentation going on after this, so I'm not wasting everybody's time, and good luck with colleagues going for the Paranoid presentation session, particularly colleagues at UCA, Julie, Dongju, Chala, and Katie, and good luck. And thank you again for everyone for your participation, for all your hard work you put into to make the conference happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, for those kind words. Really great to have you here. With that, Unju.
Yes, thank you, Cindy. Thank you so much for your generous word. And I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you for participating in this incredible gathering. It has been an honor and pleasure to help UCA and Atlas Skill Tech University to co-host the first collaborative event. I hope this is only the beginning of a long relationship between the 2 universities. I'm grateful to Dr. Indu Shahani, Professor Bashir Makul and Professor Cindy Millman for making it a resounding success. Atlas Skilltech University invited me to Mumbai in January this year, and we discussed this conference idea only in February. To my amazement, UCASA quickly planned this conference, and within 2 months, we co-hosted this conference. It was really challenging, but I enjoyed every moment of working with UCASA and Monica. Through this experience, I gained 2 very good friends. In closing, I would like to thank you all once again for your participation in this conference. I hope you enjoyed the event as much as I have, and look forward to seeing you again in the future. Please stay for the abstract presentations. They will be more informal, but we can have a more constructive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Unju. Yes, we are going to have the abstract presentations very soon, but before that, I would like to thank a lot of people to make this happen. That's, of course, Unju, Monica, Dr. Shani, Siddharth, VC at Atlas, the VC at UCA, and many more people, who have colleagues who are chairing the sessions today and yesterday. It has indeed been a collaborative effort on everybody's part to make this happen, not just an individual, but definitely a huge collaboration of many people, many minds, and many hearts. As this gender conference comes to a close, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude for the incredible energy, passion, and the commitment that has been present throughout our time together. It has been an honor to be part of such a dynamic and diverse community of individuals who are dedicated to advancing gender equality and justice. We have heard from scholars, activists, policymakers, and individuals with lived experiences about challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in the fight for gender equality. We have explored a range of topics from gender pay gap to the intersection of race, gender, and sexuality. We have shared our stories, our struggles, our hopes for more just and an equitable future. As we leave this conference, I urge us all to carry this momentum forward in our daily lives. Let us continue to listen, to learn, and to amplify the voices of those who are too often marginalized and silenced. Let us challenge ourselves and others to confront gender-based discrimination and violence and work towards building a world where everyone can thrive, regardless of their gender and identity and expression. Thank you all for your passion, your courage, and your dedication. I look forward to continuing this work alongside each and every one of you on other platforms. Thank you so much. And now we move on to the abstract presentations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Monica, would you like to lead the abstract presentation? Tanuj, the IT gentleman, I think everyone is here, Monica and Anju. Should we continue here?
Yes, if we can continue, maybe it's better to continue here instead of going to some other link.
Yes, thank you so much, Anju. Tanuj, are you making the breakout rooms here, or do we continue in this main panel itself?
Let me know what.
I think we can continue here because I think everyone could, benefit from the continuing dialogue. Yeah, okay. So who will be going first? Monica, are you there?
Yes. So just a second, I'm just...
If this is possible, can Julie from UCA present first?
Oh, she has to leave. Yes, let her. Let's start with Julie, and then.
Can you make Julie co-host? Julie, are you there? Can you put on your camera?
Hello. Yes, great. Oh, thank you so much for allowing me to present.
Would you like to share your screen?
I certainly will.
Tanuj, is the screen enabled? Screen share?
Yes, yes.
Oh. Let's try that again. Let's just share. Sorry, it all went very smoothly when I started, but okay, right. Hello, my name's Dr. Julie Blanchard Emerson. Thank you all so much for the last couple of days, which has been quite incredible. I can't believe that I've heard so many interesting talks. So thank you all for organising that. It's been brilliant. I think it's really interesting that to sort of, for me to bookend this, because we obviously started with Manisha Kapoor talking about the importance of images. She was talking about advertising and, you know, how important those visual cues are to people as to what they can expect in their lives. And I'm sort of coming at it from the perspective of what I teach to my students and thinking about ways in which we can critique the images around us. So I've called it skinny white women because, you know, no matter where we are in the world, skinny white women are seen as the absolute epitome of beauty. They're the ones that we see on the billboards. We see them, their faces all over Instagram, Snapchat, wherever. These are the images that supposedly we all as women should aspire to be like, to look like. So I'm going to talk about how I, as a lecturer, have tried to think about the students that I teach, fashion business management students, because fashion, you know, we've been people talking a lot about the patriarchy and about how racist and misogynist many industries are. Fashion is most definitely one of those. And so I want to talk about the ways in which I try to encourage students to become critical thinkers, so that when they go out into industry, they can hopefully be agents for change. So we've seen the rise of the importance of the visual. You know, people are now realizing that it's important to analyze the images that are all around us. You know, in the social sciences, we see that there is this growing recognition of the central importance of the visual in shaping and constructing our daily lives. Gillian Rowe's been writing about this for some time. So images are all around us. They shape how we see the possibilities of our lives. Simultaneously, there is an increase in the use of visual methods within social sciences. So, I mean, I'm from a history background, but also a sociology one. And during that, what I've seen is that people are starting to realize we need to examine our image making. And of course, lots of the speakers have talked about the importance of image, both within film, within advertising and books. The kinds of images that we share say something about what we expect as part of our gender roles. And yet there's a current lack of visual analysis in academic texts. So, for example, there are classic fashion and gender texts in which I've seen a total neglect of detailed image analysis. For example, this book, which is a classic gender and fashion text, The Face of Fashion. So interestingly, I mean, obviously we've been talking a lot about the India and UK as two contexts in which we can see some similarities. Now, Crate was writing about, she's from Australia, but in her work, she was one of the sort of first white female writers to realize that fashion isn't just Western phenomenon, it's a global one. And that there are not just one fashion system, there are many different fashion systems. And so I really admire her book and I want to love it. And I do, up to a point. Her use of images, however, you know, this picture here, we've got figure 3.1, demure formality and Victorian femininity. That's it. That's all she says about it. There's absolutely no reference then to any other point about this picture. So, you know, and yet what's demure about it? What's formal about it? What does it tell us about Victorian femininity? About her, her hair, her demeanor, her expression, the clothes that she's wearing, all of these things that we could unpick to find out, what does it mean? What does it tell us about what's going on within Victorian femininity? But of course, so the idea is for this, I want to go away and start to write something about this. So I wanted to make sure, okay, is there texts already out there that exist? But what I could see in the contemporary works is that some people do start to refer to the content of the image. So I've got an example here of one, but this is a study they've done about young women appearing in mainstream fashion advertising. And they do talk about how the models are posed and how models interact with one another. But they sort of use sort of common sense discussion about what's happening. There's no kind of real unpicking as to exactly what's happening, about the clothes. There's no call upon theory to analyze the images. You can find examples of semiotic accounts of the content of images, but they're very sort of structural. So very few apply cultural theory to visual examples in a comprehensive way, in a way that's really sort of in-depth, methodical, really kind of drawing on theory and exploring the elements, all the elements of the image. So what's the point of doing that? Why do I recommend that that's something that we do, and is something that I want, that I've been doing in my teaching for the last sort of 20 odd years? Well, if I had the time, and I know we've been getting tighter and tighter for time, I would love to do what I do with my students, and that is I show a picture and we just sit with it for a while. I have it up on screen and I let them look at it, and then I say, right, well, what do you think? What do you make of this image? So this is an example. I thought I'd use one that I know has been had some very animated discussion around. So this is Marina Linchuk appearing in a Miss Dior Cherie Eau de Toilette advert from 2010. So first of all, I'd let them call out. I say to students, well, tell me, what do you see? And, they say things like, oh, well, the Miss Dior text is, it sort of looks like it's made of a pale pink ribbon. And I say, oh, yes, that's good. Okay, tell me more. So then they go on to say things like, oh, there are lots of flowers in the picture. I can see, maybe there's been some flowers thrown at her hat. Yes, okay, all right. Oh, it's a skinny white woman. And there we go. That's, obviously where I started from. And so I push them more and more. Yes, tell me more. Tell me more. What else do you see? So we do it like that, and it's great. Sometimes they're a bit quiet to start off with, but once people start saying things, they start saying more and more. And then I said, right, well, that's great. That's good for a start. We've got this starting point of we can see all these elements. Now, in order to make it a good analysis, we need to think about the ways, in fact, maybe we could make this more carefully structured. Let's think about, are we going to go top to bottom in the image? Let's make this methodical so it really stands up as a kind of analysis. Top to bottom, or shall we go front to back? Perhaps we could make it more thematic. Let's think about, okay, are we going to deal with the text first? Shall we deal with ideas about her looking very young first, and then perhaps ideas of prettiness? So we say, well, let's try and kind of formulate this into a structured piece of work. And then I said, well, think of all the things that you've read so far. And this is about trying to say theory is more, one thing that I often come up against is the idea that theory is somehow this sort of scary thing that's it's difficult to read and understand, and it's about abstract ideas. So, but it is ideas, but it's ideas that we can actually use. Let's draw upon the things that we've read so far. You know, and up to that point, I'll have given out various readings. And so we start drawing on them and saying, okay, so that person said that. How do we see that actually happening here in this image? So, for example, we start with things like, you know, so we've got the skinniness of this model, which is emphasized by her pose. So that sort of arms out, which, you know, you probably can't see much of what I'm doing, but, you know, that arms out pose is a classic one. You see celebrities doing it on red carpets. Why do they do it? Because it makes the arm look even thinner. And in fact, you know, I've seen 8-year-olds already learning to emulate that. Not only does it make the arms thinner, it then draws attention to the skinniness of the waist. So all these sort of things that we see emphasizing this idea of thinness. And then we've got the wide-eyed expression of the model. So this is wide-eyed, which relates to young children having big, wide eyes, but also perhaps a sort of expression of wide-eyed wonder, innocence and surprised. Then we've also got the smooth skin, you know, not a blemish here. You know, the very first speaker we had, she talked about the fact that so often images we see of women are not a spot, not a wrinkle. You know, this is absolutely blemish-free skin. A lack of body hair, you know, the position that she's got her arms in help us to see no hair under her arms, no hair on her arms. So all of these things together, we can say emulate the body of adolescence. So we're drawing on this image, all these elements of this image as evidence which we can then link to Barkey's theory, which refers to the infantilization of women. And we're not just, you know, it's no longer not just a theory that's out there, we're seeing how it works in practice in this very sort of detailed way. We can go on to further look at the fact that this is Miss Dior. You know, in Britain, Miss is only used for unmarried women. And that often is, you know, associated in people's ideas of youthfulness, of being a young woman. Chérie, you know, in French, this is, you know, a sweetheart, a kind of term of endearment that you would use perhaps to a loved one, but also perhaps a child. Pretty, fun party dress. And I would say, you know, to the students, then we go, right, but what makes you think it's pretty? Can you find a theorist that talks about, you know, what makes girls pretty and why they're supposed to look pretty? The fun party dress, you know, this big bubbled skirt. It's all about playfulness, you know, the fact that the flowers look like they've been thrown onto the hat with abandon. And she's sort of got this surprised expression. So it's all about playfulness, and, you know, the ribbons and the flowers are all things that Lazare talks about that relate to women, but in particular to this notion of the girling of women. And, you know, earlier speakers were talking about the fact that, you know, youthfulness in women as being prized. And we've got this link here then between different theorists of different eras. So we can look at, you know, we can sort of trace feminist thought and see, yes, things have changed, as we've been, you know, people have said a lot over the last couple of days. Things have changed, but some things sadly have not. You know, the fact that Bart keeps talking about infantilization of women back in 1988, 2009, yes, it's a new term, but it means the same thing. That women shouldn't look like adult women. They're most attractive when they look like girls. And then finally, using the work of Koller to look at colour, which can't be overlooked, particularly in this image. This use of the highly gendered colour pink, both the pale pink, which is linked, Koller says, to young girlishness, that lovely pink ribbon there, I remember, that looks like my idea of ballet, the ribbon that goes around ballet shoes. And I remember as a kid thinking, oh, I'm going to have those pretty ballet shoes. And actually, ballet shoes when you're a kid don't look like that at all. But that's what you're supposed to aspire to, that idea of prettiness. But it's linked also, it's not just the pale pink, there's this bright hot shade as well, which is associated with the feistier idea of girl power. And Koller then says, this suggests that women in what she calls the post-feminist era, are we post-feminist? I don't think so. But they're implored to be youthful and to be fun. So it's almost, it's moving on in terms of, there's a little bit of independence, as again, lots of speakers have said, independence and fun, but you've still got to look very pretty. You've still got to look very young and as close to this sort of blonde white ideal as possible. So finally, my summary. Why is this? Why am I arguing that this is something I need to do something about, to encourage? I think we need to research and write academic work that demonstrates good practice of visual analysis, not just to have images which are there to be aesthetically pleasing, but they serve a purpose to demonstrate the things that we are all aware of are happening in the world. But let's unpick them. Let's find out what these images are telling us. This work could then be used to teach students about how to critique the images around them. Once students get going, they really sort of get involved and enjoy it. But, they want to see that there's a purpose for this, that it's by critiquing these images, they become critical thinkers who can then go on to be agents of change. And that's clearly something we all want to see happening. Okay, and that's my list of illustrations and my bibliography of the text that I mentioned here. That's me done.
Thank you, Julie. It was really, really interesting. I was also interested in semiotics, and I think we can collaborate together later.
Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I know you are in a hurry, so you can go. Yeah.
I know, I'm so sorry. Wish I could stay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Really great. Thank you so much.
And then the next presenter, I think Katie can present. Is it okay, Ukasha?
Yeah. Katie was here. I didn't see her.
Go for it. I don't mind.
Okay. Thank you, Katie. Then can you take over?
Yeah, sure. No problem. Let me just... Okay. There we go. Are you able to see that?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, what's happened? Sorry. Let me just...
Tanuj, is the screen share enabled?
Yeah, no, I've pressed screen sharing, but it hasn't. It doesn't like it. Let's try it again. See, there we go. Okay. Oh, it's asking me to quit and reopen. Actually, would it be if I've got to do that, would it be better for someone else to go first and then I'll come back to it? I'm conscious of the time.
Okay, Katie, if you have any problems, then you can send it by email so I can try to share this.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Let me do that now. Apologies.
Then what about the other presenter? Is Mukherjee Tanmoy here?
Yes, Tanmoy Mukherjee is here. Please, I can see him. Can you put on your camera?
Yes, ma'am. Let's go there. Yes. Take your laptop, go there.
Coach Tamoi, if you are not ready, maybe we can start with the different presenter.
Who's next?
Banerjee is here? Banerjee or Kapil? Shivarma?
I'm not able to see them. They might have joined the other link. I hope not. I hope not.
So DN Mukherjee.
So who are the presenters here?
Tanuj, I will quickly
Let me just call out the names, and if you are here, then you can start with the presentation. So we have
only person I see is Katie and Tamui.
right, Ravindra Shivrama and Kalita M. And we have DN Mukherjee and Ghoshal S. We have Kapil K and Shivrama. And then we have Katie.
I am checking on the other link in case they have joined there. Please continue here.
Tamui, are you ready? Or Katie?
Let me close and rejoin, and hopefully when I rejoin, I'll be able to share things. Hang on just one sec.
What about the other presenters? We should have two more presenters, Kapil and Shivarma and Mukherjee. Are they here?
Madam Utkarsa, Manju speaking here. So
Yes.
are you waiting for the paper of Sagar?
I can see Tanmoy Mukherjee here. Tanuj, the other room has not been started as yet. I can see that. Right?
Yes, ma'am. It's not started.
So let's hope those people are, none of the people are waiting there, right? So we go ahead with Tanmoy Mukherjee here, can we?
Okay, so Katie is ready.
Okay, Katie, please take over. Yeah. Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank goodness. We'll get to the beginning. There we go. Apologies. The situation with Zoom, but there we go. Okay, thank you so much for accepting my paper and for a fabulous 2 days. It's really great to have the opportunity to focus in on gender, actually. So yeah, much appreciated. This paper has come about as a result of my ongoing interest into body image, body positivity, and Kim Kardashian. In 2015-16, I ran a research project with a colleague, Dr. Cecilia Capel, which considered young Black women's attitudes to dieting. And within that project, we found that Kim Kardashian played this really significant role in encouraging a new body ideal amongst young women. So it's interesting for Judy to be talking about thin women, because actually many of the young women that we were talking to were talking about this idea of slim thick. So slim thick can be understood as an exaggerated hourglass shape, which requires women to have a flat toned stomach, very small waist, but then very full thighs, big bottom and big bosom. And according to Ros Gill's recent research in 2021 during the COVID pandemic, slim thick was really this ideal, which was the prevailing body aspiration amongst young British women. Kim Kardashian's body and her evolving body shape have been pivotal aspects of her television appearances and wider celebrity career. And along with her sisters, she's endorsed the use of waist trainers or waist cinches, so these sort of corsets that you can see in the middle here, and other shapewear, as well as detox teas, extreme dieting, and various cosmetic treatments as a means of achieving her curved yet toned appearance. Kim's personal trainer has also strongly maintained that she's had to train hard to achieve her look. And more recently, her trainer has taken to offering advice via fashion magazines and social media, telling women about the types of exercises they can do to help them achieve Kim's look. But by and large, most commentators and academics maintain that Kim's body ideal is unrealistic and unachievable and can only be attained with some form of intervention, whether it be the use of cosmetic surgery, extreme shapewear, or, extreme dieting. Indeed, Kim herself has documented her use of extreme and restrictive shapewear to achieve her extraordinary silhouette. And in particular, in preparation for her costume at the Met Gala in 2019, which is the image on the end here, she reported that she couldn't go to the bathroom because her shapewear was so restrictive, and that the garment had left her with indentations on her body for days afterwards. It was in that same year, 2019, that Kim Kardashian launched her own shapewear collection, Skims. The label carries underwear, loungewear, swimwear, and shapewear. And that shapewear includes a whole raft of bodysuits, shorts, bras, waist trainers, and a maternity range. It's been phenomenally successful. Within its first 12 months, it had 32 collections, and its portfolio has really expanded at speed despite the pandemic. And the company achieved a net worth of $1.6 billion within its first 2 years, and it doubled that really to $3.2 billion in 2022. One of the notable characteristics of Skims is the emphasis on body positivity. So in an interview with Vogue magazine as part of the launch, Kim suggested that diversity and inclusivity was central to the brand's DNA. And this was certainly reflected in the brand's initial marketing, which emphasized product sizing, ranging from extra, extra small to a 4XL, and the 9 different skin tone colorways that Skims was offering. Skims also includes an underwear line for disabled women. It's called the Adaptive Collection. And across the brand's advertising, there is representation of women of colour and women of size. This is very evident in their early marketing for the brand, although Kim also features really heavily, and more recently, there are perhaps fewer plus-size models included in the social media marketing. The notion of body positivity has really developed out of the fat liberation movement, and most recently has been mobilised by fashionistas, so fat fashion bloggers on the screen. These are fat fashion bloggers who seek to challenge the thin ideal and fat stigma and offer a voice to plus-size women in respect to the fashion industry by demonstrating the ways that fat women can engage with fashion, and by championing brands that cater beyond straight sizes, so the sort of normal sizes maybe that you would have in a standard fashion store, so sort of plus 18 sizes. Many also promote the idea of body positivity or body acceptance, often by providing greater representation of marginalised body types and encouraging acceptance of all body shapes. And this often manifests itself in revealing and exposing the body and its flaws. Indeed, the focus on representation of the body has become a key part of the body positive agenda, particularly as it's increasingly operating in the digital space or the fatosphere, and in a culture then which is generally understood to be image obsessed. Schettino, Capasso and Queso suggest that while body positivity is said to champion the representation of all bodies, however, often emphasis is really placed on overweight and obese bodies. And this somewhat reflects the history of the collective, the fact it's come out of fat liberation movements, and its sort of primary aim, which is to transgress normative beauty ideals and standards. If we evaluate Skims' representation then, in respect of this approach to body positivity, it arguably does look to offer diversity in its representation. Across its social media marketing and online retailing, Skims does include images of women with fuller figure body types. So these are some examples of images from Skims. And at the launch event as well, and on Skims' YouTube channel, there's footage and features of models and celebrities who sit outside the slim ideal. Much more recently, however, Skims social media has predominantly featured sort of slimmer models, and there is real particular emphasis on Kim modelling the collections herself. As I've argued elsewhere, the tendency for Kim to feature centre stage across the brand's advertising in itself presents a sort of contradiction or challenge to the body positive claim. For as McComb and Mills suggest, the slim thick ideal which Kim represents is arguably the most harmful body ideal in terms of social comparison and body dissatisfaction. While McComb and Mills suggest that a social comparison is made between the audience and Kim, so the the ordinary woman and Kim, I suggest that there's this further comparison that's made within the marketing between Kim and the plus size models which surround her. And in those promotional images, then it means that this has the effect of elevating Kim's body shape even further as this ideal and aspiration, because the comparison's made between her and the plus size models, and then between the ordinary woman who's watching the images. So if we turn then to look at Lizzo's Yitty brand, we can see a similarity in this push for diversity in terms of representation of body image. Although once a consumer enters the Fabletics site, which is where this Yitty shapewear is sold, the majority of the models which are featured in selling Yitty are quite slim and sort of straight sized. Launched in April 2022 in partnership with Fabletics, Yitty is this shapewear line launched by Lizzo, a Grammy Award-winning musician and performer. The tagline for the brand is Shapewear Reinvented, and like Skims, it aims to evolve the shapewear industry, offering products which are said to be size inclusive and which encourage women to feel good about their bodies and themselves. Unlike Kardashian, Lizzo does herself represent a body image which is more reflective of those involved in the body positive movement and fat liberation. Rather than a slim, thick look, Lizzo has a much fuller figure and has spoken quite candidly about her body shaming experiences and her desire to normalise her body and those who are like her. Indeed, Lizzo's, via her music, stage performances, interviews, and more recently her fashion label, has become something of a body positive icon. And as a Grammy Award-winning artist, she's been very successful in taking up space and having a voice within the music industry, where Black fat women are typically marginalised. In Senyoga and Luna's work, they suggest that stress the importance of Lizzo actually for disrupting normative images of performers, suggesting that she has become a commodified representation of body positivity. Like Skims, Yitty emphasises the idea that it's aligned with the body positive movement because it emphasises that women should celebrate their curves and be confident in them. So much so, in fact, that in order to access the collections, you have to go through a series of questionnaires, and customers are asked whether they've visited the site for the body positive movement. Interestingly, in April 2021, so just a year before Lizzo launched this collection, she openly criticised the way in which body positivity had been used as a marketing tool, frustrated that brands were using body positivity as a catchphrase and were failing to include big girls in their marketing. Moreover, she suggested that although some brands were appearing inclusive in respect to their sizing, when it came to the images, photoshopping meant that there was a lack of authenticity in the representation. I don't have time to explore all of that now, but I think those comments are really worth closer examination and to explore whether Yitty is actually fulfilling what Lizzo was critiquing or not. On the homepage for Yitty, certainly there are more fat women bodies on display. There's a video of Lizzo right at the top featured where she's talking about being comfortable in her body. But beyond that, there is much less representation of fat women within the Fabletics site. Perhaps what's most noticeable, however, and the thing that I probably wanted to talk about most, is that the representation of fat women across both brands, so Skims and Yitty, and these are images from both of those brands, are highly sexualized. Fat women are presented often in really provocative poses. The fact that both labels are selling shapewear means inevitably that women are going to be shown in states of undress or in revealing clothing. But the dehumanizing of women through their lack of headshots or the focus on their bottoms, their boobs, creates a much stronger sexualized representation. In many ways, these marketing images do reflect body positive images found more broadly across social media. Cohen found that the hashtag body positivity on Instagram, typically featured women in non-active poses, in very or extremely revealing clothing, and featuring some degree of objectification, predominantly posing in a suggestive manner. In Schettino, Capasso's and Queso's work, they refer to this sexualization as an objectification as the dark side of the body positive movement, arguing that the images, rather than encouraging self-confidence and self-esteem, actually pose a risk to well-being, as they can lead audiences to internalize the objectification, resulting in self-objectification, which can bring with it then more negative feelings about their bodies and cause them to seek out cosmetic surgery. Aside from the sexualization of the images as well, other academics have really questioned the extent to which the increasing representation of fat bodies really challenges the status quo. For while non-normative bodies become more visible, this visibility alone doesn't mean that they disrupt the mainstream representation or beauty ideals, particularly if they're sexualized to such a high degree. And in many other ways, the models that are featured actually fulfill beauty expectations or beauty norms in other ways. So they have clear skin, they've got glossy hair, they've got hairless bodies. So whilst you've got more diverse body shapes on display, they're not necessarily as subversive as they might claim to be. Finally, there's also an important question concerning the emphasis on loving your body and loving your look, which is also key to the body positive message. And it's there in Skim's marketing and Yiti's marketing too. It's like central focus about being confident about your body. Loving your body continues to reinforce rather than challenge society's preoccupation with appearance over other attributes. And it also forms part of the confidence culture, or the cult of confidence, as Rosgill and Shani Allgard referred to it, which is aimed at women and suggests that women should work on themselves rather than tackling gender inequalities which exist within the social structure. So it places all the emphasis on women and the fact that women are holding themselves back and they need to be more confident and work on themselves, rather than thinking about all the other dynamics which are taking place. Notably as well, Skims describes its product as solution wear, offering women solutions for everybody, again mobilizing the idea that the problem sits with the person and sits with their body. And added to this, there are all the complexities of shapewear and how shapewear fits with this idea of loving your body. Zanetti and Scarabotto suggest that shapewear presents this dichotomy, for it operates as an example of constrictive femininity on the one hand and then flexible feminism on the other. Shapewear is the tool for modifying your body in a bid to achieve greater sexiness and legitimacy, and yet this seems to sit somewhat in opposition to the idea that women should embrace their bodies just the way they are. And yet many fashionistas embrace shapewear and talk about how you should invest in good shapewear in order to provide yourself with a strong silhouette. And shapewear brands then, like Skims and like Yiti, are suggesting that using shapewear is a way of celebrating and empowering your body. So just final slide then and some conclusions. So body positivity is really complex and contradictory in itself, and there are lots of tensions within the collective and the way in which it manifests itself. Some academics have suggested you can't call it a movement even, because there isn't this sort of shared understanding of what body positivism is. There is an appropriation, however, of this notion of body positivity by brands as a marketing tool. And there are questions then about whether this use of body positivity really adheres to or supports the foundations of the movement. Like certainly there are some tensions between that and, say, fat liberation. The exploration of Skims and Yiti echoes some of the arguments raised by work which considers body positivity images on social media more broadly, particularly Instagram, because it demonstrates the strong emphasis on sexualization and objectification of fat bodies. And this raises then a further question as to whether sexualization really is transgressing normative body ideals and beauty standards, or whether it encourages well-being or not, or instead is quite harmful and in a sense adds pressure on women to watch themselves and find ways of controlling their bodies. Thanks. That's me done.
Thank you so much, Katie. That was fabulous. And I think, there's so much for us to think about. I mean, it's really, really a lot of food for thought. And
it was a lot, sorry.
No, you've brought some really interesting perspectives and made it a very, very enriching experience for all of us. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Questions by the chair?
Hi, I have one question, if you allow me to ask.
I thought you would.
Hi, Katie. It is very good to see you, apart from the photocopy machine. So my question is, I found it very interesting, the body positivity, because it is the first attempt or first leading moment that we open the discussion about the color of woman, shape of woman, and everything about the woman to put into basically on the current situation. But marketing is changing it a little bit. So we still use the same marketing perspective and then employ this perspective into the also body positivity as well. So we still sexy is the body. So do you think that the marketing is the reason that we still having the shape of the shame of the body?
Okay, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. So is it just simply that, you know, it seems to be a problem of this sexualizing the fat body, but actually all bodies are sexualized in the marketing, so why shouldn't they be any different? I guess like it requires a bit more content analysis really on my part, but I certainly have noticed that what tends to happen is that there's a lack of a headshot on the bigger women. So it intensifies the sexualization, I think. And the other thing is, certainly with the Yiti advertising and the site, like Lizzo's image is highly sexualized, but it means then that the focus really is on parts of the body. So I wonder if it's a hypersexualization in a way that you don't get in mainstream marketing. So whilst you get sexualization and objectification in that mainstream marketing, I think maybe there's a hypersexualization that's going on. And I guess there is also an intersection there between race and fatness, which is not something that I've covered here, but I think does need further interrogation. Like there are some papers that look at Lizzo and suggest that actually the anxiety about the sexualization really comes from a white audience, you know, so I'd need to unpack that as well in terms of like me as the researcher looking at it. But I can't help actually but feel that there is mobilizing of Black stereotypes actually in lots of the imagery of the plus size models. So there's that intersection too. So I hear what you're saying, and I think there's some of that, but I think it's intensified actually around these fat bodies.
So when do you think we are going to stop that?
Well, I don't know. Like Vogue's really interesting actually, isn't it? At the moment, British Vogue. You know, today it was launched their covers with the disabled women featuring on the front. You know, they're not as sexualized images. I would say that Edward Enninful's covers actually are not sexualized in the same way, and yet they have been plus size. So there is the potential for fashion to be inclusive but not objectify women in quite the same way. And there is some progression towards that, but it's just, you know, not when it comes to Kim Kardashian and not when it comes to shapewear.
Yeah, sure. They are using also their advertisements.
Exactly. That's absolutely true. You know, Kardashian is a brand in herself, and she's using to mobilize that. And as her image has changed and become slimmer, you can see that in Skims actually, that there is a pulling back of this representation and just more focus on a very slim body ideal.
Thank you very much, Katie.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you,
Katie. I think there's also really ethnicity going on here, because I hardly see any fat Japanese or Chinese or Korean, and there's an extreme pressure not to be fat, and as an Asian person, so I think we can also connect ethnicity and fat body.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I think there's absolutely more work to do.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Katie. Chetna, the chair is also here. I think, Chetna, would you like to put your camera on? I think you had a question. I think we've lost her, maybe. Okay, continue. Please continue. Monica, please continue. Who's the next chair who's asking a question?
The next person will be Tanmoi.
Thank you, Katie. That was a fantastic presentation. Tanmoi Mukherjee?
Yes.
Okay, welcome, Tanmoi.
evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the abstract on women empowerment using information and communication technologies through an Indian context. And my paper actually based on Indian context only. So where a separate ministry already there for the Ministry of Women and Child Development. They are launching different program for women empowerment like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Pradhan Mantri Matri Bandhana Yojana, Kanyasri. Actually, Kanyasri also got a world recognized project given by United Nations Public Service Award in 2017. And in India, many women school, colleges, and universities also have, and their technical university also established by a state government by Delhi government, which name is Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. So the main thing is if we want to develop, if we want to women empowerment, then education will be must needed the thing. And for education, we need different school, colleges, or university which provide the right education, and especially on information and communication technology, which already provided by different technical university also. And my objective of the paper is actually there to find out the ICT and its application for women empowerment in India. And second one is ICT tools, which kind of ICT tools may be used for women empowerment, and some barriers for when we are using ICT tools by the women, and to find out the solutions and how to overcome those problems. And actually the scope is we are just doing in India only, means Indian context. And here I am using the quantitative approach for we are collecting primary data for going on this doing these articles. And we are mainly collected the data from all universities, especially women employees, and maybe it categorized under like private university, deemed university, government university, like this. And for the data analysis, I am using SPSS and TW for the data analysis purpose, and using COBO for data collection. And those are the three outcomes possibly come in our articles. Like first one is which kind of ICT tools may be used for women empowerment, like different also have for like Flipkart, Amazon, and now Facebook also doing same things, that are from many women can now selling.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Tanmoy, but you're not very clear. I think your connection is very poor, so we cannot really hear you.
Items made by them. Hello, am I audible properly?
Not very clear at all. You are audible, but your voice is breaking.
Maybe, ma'am.
Do you have a poor network issue?
I think we have lost him. We've lost him, yeah. Can we, who's next?
Shall I continue, ma'am?
I think we have lost him again. Who's next, Unju?
Sorry about that. Sorry for interrupt. I think one of the
Aditi.
presenters.
Aditi is here. Aditi is here. Yeah.
After Aditi, it's Mr. Banerjee.
Yeah. Tanmay, can you highlight Aditi and enable her screen share?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Aditi.
Am I
Please.
audible?
Yes, you're audible. You can share your screen and make your presentation. Please continue, Aditi. We can hear you.
So shall I present my screen, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
I'm not getting your voice.
We can hear you very clearly, but.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Hello everyone. First of all, I want to convey my thanks, regards for inviting me in this conference and shortlisting my abstract. I'm going to do my research on the empowerment of women for dynamic leadership in the library and information science professions. It has been seen that the discrimination and patriarchy being the major problem reflected in the society. It is not only in the India, but all over the globe. And it does not only affect the empowerment of women and their progress, but also the development and growth of the respective sectors where they are working. Though women are physically and mentally capable enough to handle all the administrative and managerial positions, roles, they're still tackling with the obstacles at the workplace. They are often neglected and considered inferior and less confident just because they are female when appointed to the highest and superior positions. Considering this issue, I have seen the same problems in the field I'm working in, the librarianship, library and information science professions. Truly, the library and information science profession is one of the important sectors in the academic, where the proportion of women librarians is more than that of male. Even though having the major proportion, women librarians are often seen in a junior positions, and male librarians used to handle managerial positions. This is the scenario in 20th century. But even if we can say the scenario has been changed, where most of the well-managed and the prestigious libraries in India are headed by women. Even they are at the managerial positions, they are getting the opportunities and they are leading their role successfully. They are facing with the challenges due to discrimination and lack of awareness. So it is really necessary that we should know what the challenges they are facing and in what ways we can deal with those challenges. So considering this issue, my study aims to conduct the empowerment of women for dynamic leadership in India, with a focus on women's leadership, the strength and the weaknesses of library and information science profession. The objectives of my study includes to know the problems and challenges faced by women librarians, to understand the ways of dealing with those challenges, to understand how they're strengthening their leadership, and to know their views and suggestions for empowering women librarians in the digital era, where women will lead the dynamic leadership and will be the ideal role for other women. I'm conducting my study with context to India, where the institutes of national importance, such as IITs, AIMs, IIMs, NITs, and many such institutes of national importance will be selected, will be considered for the study. So the study will employ a qualitative and quantitative approach. Will be taken from the standards. Relation of the skill, the library information, the institutional important, men and women. From both of them will be taken care of. Question will be made data collection tool. unique Kobo. We are aware about many more tools for the data collections. I will be focusing on the Kobo, which I have studied during my PGD Align course. A unique tool like a Kobo will be used for effective virtual interaction and connection, and even while designing the questionnaire for data gathering. Analysis will be done where the accurate values and results are focused. Tools such as the tools for the data analysis and visualization, such as SPSS statistics, IBM SPSS statistics, and Tableau will be used for efficient results. So what will be the outcome of my research? Of course, it will help in spreading awareness among the women across the library and information science professions. It will help in upgrading and updating their professional and interpersonal skills and knowledge, and it will also strengthen themselves for the effective and efficient dynamic leadership. I wish to conduct this research further, and will be doing my background study. And also the response I'm getting from the respondents will be will put a more value in that. So once again, I want to thank everyone for listening to me and for shortlisting my abstract and giving opportunity for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi. That was great.
Any questions by the chairs?
I think we can move on the next presenter if you want. So then we can save time and then have the both questions. Because I think there are similar approaches in terms of the presenting of the student paper. So next paper, I think we have Arindam. If Arindam here, so we have a colleague from Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute from the Marabadi. I hope there is also short version of this institute on the name. So, and then the presentation is related to rural women's involvement in economy from the perspective of the self-help group.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, if you give little bit introduction about yourself and then start the presentation, that would be amazing. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible clearly?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Sir, actually, I am from Ranchi, Jharkhand, and currently I am doing my PhD in Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational Research Institute, that in short RKMVD, RKMVRI, and I am presenting here the rural women's economic involvement and self-help group and a path towards economic empowerment. And as we all know that from the independence, our main motto of the after the independence was to remove the poverty. But what happened that male population of our country is mostly active in the economic proportion after the independence. So to engage the women in that economic empowerment process, from the 1970 we approached towards the small group approach to involve them in the microfinance activities. And from 1970 it was first introduced the SEVA, Self-Employment Women Association, as a small group approach to involve women in the economic activities. And then in the during 1999 it was Swarna Jayanti Gram Sarojgar Yojana, SGSY, was launched to actively create the small groups, that is self-help groups, to involve women in the economic process. And the basic activity of those self-help groups are the basically savings and thrift activity, and involving a habit and creating a habit of women in the economic process. So after it was again continued in the 2011 when National Rural Livelihood Mission was emerged, and SGSY was included in the National Rural Livelihood Mission, and the full phases platform was given to provide the women to involve in the economic process. And basically this study was done in the to observe the to reduce the gender disparity through women empowerment and to participation the rural women. And basically the objective of the study was to find out the effect of self-help group on the lifestyle of rural women. And the methodology was basically different literatures were studied, and also a small survey was done, and qualitative data was collected through case study approach and interview methods. And those data were rather analyzed in the qualitative approach. And the findings of the studies are like basic findings was about the confidence building, the interaction within the first was the interaction within the family. Before joining SHG, they were hesitated to share their opinion within the family, but after joining self-help group, they easily share their desired object and plan within the family. And also interaction outside the family. In terms of interaction outside the family, they were before joining the self-help group, they were much bounded within the family and dependent on their husband decision but after the joining SHG, they get confident about their approach, and they started interacting with groups in front with other groups also, and also in front of their husband about decision making process. And for self portraits, it was observed that their self-esteem within the family was they were lack of respect, dignity within the family. They are not very much dignified within the family. But after joining the self-help group, they got dignity in the family, and they give the economic support to the family through different engaging in their and manufacturing activities like mushroom cultivation, poultry farming, and in a small scale basis. And thus they can earn their money, which help them in the build of confidence. And due to they get income from those activities. And in the decision making pattern, before in the like the education of children, family planning, and buying and selling of the property and household goods, before joining SHG, they usually taken decision by the head of the family, or fully dependent on the husband's mood, or in the over the family head. But after joining SHG, they get their confidence, and they get involved in the education of the children. They get involved in the buying selling process. Specifically, their decision is respected within the family. And in the personal aspects, we have seen in the capacity building or risk bearing capacity or problem solving attitude and the venture initiation ability. Before joining the SHG, they were lack of knowledge about skills. Their capacity was they have very much hindered in the skill related activities, and they were lack of confidence and self reliance related to the low risk bearing capacity and fear of unsuccessful. But after joining SHG, their capacity has been increased through different training method, different workshop, and their information sharing habit also help them to build up their confidence, and which help them to get more risk to engage in the economic activities. And thus their due to information sharing of the members, they can also understand and handle the external as well as internal issues within the family. And they also are involving in the different manufacturing unit. Thus they are earning money through earning profit from those manufacturing unit by selling those products. In the perspective of psychological aspect, specifically in the self reliability and self understanding, before joining the SHG, they lack of reliability on their own work. They have lack of reliability on their own work, and they are not confident about their how they will do good in the future or not. But after joining SHG, their positive attitude towards the work helped them to become self-reliant and successfully running their ventures. But also in the case of self-understanding, they completely dependent on their husband's views or in the family head's views and understanding about everything. But their involvement after joining SHG, their involvement in the work process have helped them to generate better understanding about the self potentiality, which led them to build up confidence, which led them to build up one social view about their personality. And also in the case of social aspects, their communication skill has been built up after joining SHG. Their team spirit and engagement in the group activities help them to enrichment in the capacity as well as their team spirit. And thus we can conclude this session by giving that SHGs may successfully inculcate the quality of self-dependence, leadership, and entrepreneurial qualities among women. And SHGs help women in self-understanding, self-reliability, decision-making power, and capacity building, which leads to social, economical, and political upliftment of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arindam. I have actually one question both to Aditi and Arindam,
Yes.
because as I see, so they have different approaches but similar aspects. So for example, Aditi did the, or trying to do like a positivist approach, but you are more about the interpretist approach. So my question is basically, how we can use as a, or what is going to be your practical implication about your result? So how we can use your result and then to improve the, for example, and then carry on the next stage.
So basically, our result is given them the positive aspects of the self-help groups, but there are some also issues like they are not properly developed in terms of political involvement. Okay, as of the results, we have already observed that their decision-making powers have been built, their capacity building through skill development, through training, through workshops, but their political involvement is very much low. In the that perspective, we can go for better approach how they can involve in the political aspects also.
So we should open a discussion, for example, how we can involve the women who have the independence and then self-esteem now. That's the, I guess, the outcome of your results.
Basically, yes, sir. Basically, these are the rural women, and specifically, if I consider the Jharkhand scenario, the condition of the rural women were very much difficult in the remotest part. This study also done in one of the remote areas, but particularly in this village where this study was conducted, particularly this SHG, they have get better opportunity through self-help groups. So they have empowered themselves in terms of personal aspects and in terms of social aspects. But their economical aspects also, they are earning money from the manufacturing units, but not the all of the not the condition for the all of the women. So if these things can be inculcated in these all the areas, then it will be more beneficial. Most of the SHGs are involving in the savings and thrift activity. They are not involving in the manufacturing activity. If all the SHGs are involving in the manufacturing activity, then they can also earn the money, or not only in the manufacturing activity, also in the sense of marketing activity or other products. So they can get they can earn money, which they can help in the help in their livelihood. But if these things are inculcated in all the SHGs and all the areas, then it will be helpful for them also, others also.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Arindam. It is much clearer now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
May I?
Yes, Zulekha, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sir, my question to you is that just recently it's been in the news that the Modi government has been doing a lot about rural women empowerment with the new schemes that it has come, that which you rightly mentioned, wherein they have mobilized nearly 8.9 crore women into nearly 82 lakh self-help groups. Now, and particularly, I think there are more than 35,000 self-help groups in Jharkhand alone. So my question to you is whether you've tried to understand through your research, because this is something I think personally I would want to know about it, whether you've tried to understand from your research how economically this has, the attempt of the government has really reached the women in Jharkhand. How have they been economically been able to alleviate poverty and cross the poverty line? Because this is specifically with regards to rural women. So that is what I wanted to know. If we have the research
Okay,
available.
okay, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, if I consider the Jharkhand scenario, Jharkhand is the second poorest state in India.
Yes,
So,
yes.
as I have observed in Jharkhand, there are lots of, as you have mentioned, that almost 32,000 of
Yes.
self-help groups are there,
Yes.
and through NRLM, JSLPS is doing that. They are creating self-help groups from before 2011, and also after 2011, JSLPS is doing creating producers groups. But the main issues is there that women are not involved. In most of the cases, women are not involvement in the manufacturing process, or they are only involved in the savings and thrift activity, just like it was previously the previous motto of SHGs. In the earlier days, the motto of SHGs was to create an economic habit, economic transactional habit of the women. So basically they are doing these things, but the scenario need to be changed, that that women who are currently engaged in the self-help groups, they must be engaged some kind of manufacturing activity, if possible micro scale entrepreneurship activity, entrepreneurial activity, through which they can earn some money for their to maintain their livelihood. And this is the main thing, that in this SHG, where I have taken the data, they are involving in the different types of manufacturing activities. The women are involved in different types of manufacturing activities, thus they are earning the money. But most of the cases, it is observed that they are only involved in the savings and thrift activity. They are not involved in the manufacturing activity, thus they are not earning money. But their economic transactions habit are already built up, but they are not earning money. So that's the real scenario, that if this is possible, that micro scale entrepreneurs are uh, 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 more implemented in these areas through different schemes and through the help of the NGOs, then or self-help promoting institutes, SHPA, then it will be possible that these women can get more benefit, and also they can be involved in different types of activities also, and also in the decision making process in the family.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much for that. I think that brings us to the close of the session today, right? I don't think there's anybody else for the abstract presentation. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's over here. It's been a really long day. Unju and Dr. Monica, thank you for your support. You have both been amazing. Thank you, Dr. Zulekha, for your support also. Dr. Divya, and Dr. Jeong, and of course, Dr. Kattler. Uttam sir, thank you for being here. Thank you, Divya, again. And thank you all the participants. I think it has really been an amazing, amazing 2-day event. And this would not have been possible without your support. And last, I would just like to end with the words of Mother Teresa. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. And I think that's what you all have done today, and everybody in now many different ways. Thank you so much. And a very good night, good evening to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's almost 11 o'clock, isn't it, at night?
Yes.
Bye.
Thank you. It was
Bye.
wonderful.
Thank you. Bye.
Sleep well.
Yes.